Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem chapter 226-230. To the family never found. Chaldea is too soft. That is the one thought that enters her mind every single time she walks the halls. It is the one thought that greets her as she stares into the faces of history's greatest killers, the strongest monsters and most brutal slaughterers. But everything is too soft. The walls are too clean. The air is too fresh, unblemished with the blood that should rightly coat every scent. Everything is wrong. Like an itch that won't get scratched, it gnaws at the back of her mind when she walks through the halls, when she enters the rooms and stares at the faces of the things that pretend to be something they are not. Cloaking themselves in robes that so poorly hide what they all are, what all of them really, truly are. It's sickening. It makes her stomach roll and her eyes ache every single time she stares at them, the things that pretend to be something they are not. She doesn't know why they lie to themselves, she doesn't know what they are lying for either. It all seems so pointless. They gain nothing from it, they will change nothing with this act, so she does not know why they persist with it. There is no change from day to day, not even hiding herself away from them will change all of it. Because she knows. She knows even when she isn't there to see it, they are all lying. Propagating the lie that they are something more than what they truly are. Human, god, demon. Hero and villain. Master and servant. Pointless, meaningless titles. They are all things that live and breathe, all things that operate with their own wishes in accordance with their desires. Yet none of them act upon them. It is wrong of her to see such things. There is no reason for it, she does not understand it. She does not know if she wants to understand it either. They are all too complicated and she does not know why. No, it is more than that, so much more. She wants to know why her mother is so desperately pretending to be something she is not. There is no denying what they are, what they all know she is, and yet she does not strike her claim upon Chaldea as the powerful beast that she truly is. The magnificent pillar of strength and power that she has built up in her mind. They are small. It's sad. Terribly sad. Unsightly. The door thuds open, the steps enter the room without pause, there is not even a hint of alertness from the arrival. There isn't an ounce of concern about them, nor even a trace that they might suspect they are in danger for even a moment. Her senses tell her that there isn't another servant around her for what might as well be miles for all the speed she can muster. They are like a feeble little bug, she could thrust herself upon them and consume them before anyone could do anything. It would be easy. She isn't even the most dangerous servant here, they all have to know this. So then why does someone like this walk around without a trace of apprehension? Why are his steps so full of self-assurance that there is no danger? No, they change, when in the presence of others she sees a different side to them. Smaller and more fearful, perhaps his true nature or the nature they have crafted to ensure that none focus upon them for too long. A survival method, frightened animals when surrounded by predators and hide away, ready to do anything to ensure they can escape danger. That is what she sees in them elsewhere. But here, it is gone. They remind her of him. Of what she supposes would be her guardian, or her keeper. They never cared to specify what she should call them and she never cared to ask. It's a fleeting similarity but it lingers in her mind, that same level of confidence in his work as they drag themselves to his desk and turn on his device, flicking through page after page and silently tapping away at the keys. Her feet carry her towards them, silently so as to not make even a single creak to alert them. It works without concern. He doesn't even seem to notice her gaze on the back of his head as she moves closer and closer. It isn't until she is close enough that she could reach out and grasp them that they seem to freeze, but it isn't one that lingers. They give a light hum and then resume work as though there is nothing out of the ordinary. Her hand moves forwards, her fingers don't even grace the back of his neck. It would be easy. She could thrust a single digit through the back of his nape and that would be it. She draws her hand back to her side without so much as a single sound, keeping her eyes on the man as they work. Of all the people she has seen in Chaldea, they are the least offensive to her. Perhaps it is because they hold the same position as her old keeper, or perhaps it is because they act like the frightened animal that she believes they should be, but there is an honest nature about the human in front of her that keeps her hand at bay. They don't pretend to be stronger than they are. So what makes this human different? Why does Archie act the way that all the humans should? Why is the summoner of Mother not acting in this manner whenever they are in the presence of her or any of their servants? Perhaps it should be doubly so for Mother because of who she is and what she is capable of. They should know this, but they do not show her the respect and reverence she deserves. Turning on her heels, she glides across the room with silent steps, lowering herself onto one of the beds. Only then does she allow herself to make a single noise. It is the creak of the frame supporting her weight. As expected, the human jerks around in his chair like lightning, a face so much like a frightened little mouse that it briefly sends a pulse like lightning through her veins, the expression they wear. The fear of seeing his natural predator in front of them without anything to aid them, his panic is intoxicating. She does not show it, but the thrill sets her heart aflutter for a brief moment before she cools it. His fear left, only just, but his eyes remained fixed on her for a few moments with an unblinking gaze, the tension in his body, the coiled muscles that look mere seconds away from throwing the body to the side and for the door in case she moves. They both know that she would reach him before then, but it is the simple need for survival that brings about that fear. Does he know she can hear his rapidly beating heart? It sings so very loudly in his chest. How would they react if she told them she could hear it? Would it beat yet faster in his body? Would they show more fear? This is how it is supposed to go. So why does it not happen with the human summoner? He showed fear but there was nothing more. Archie wets his lips, not even blinking, his throat bobs up and down as he swallows. Do you need something from me? Did she need something from him? She can't recall. She just came here to check if humans still acted the way she remembered. The man confirmed it for her, so there was no real change. The only one who was different was her guardian, but they claimed they were apart from humanity as well. Working for the benefit of humans but considering themselves a tool of medicine first and foremost. He acted as though everyone was a fool. Though now that she is here, she can ask, is he human? A flicker of confusion blossoms in his face upon her question, his brows furrow and his lips tighten. Who? The summoner of Mother. Fuji. I don't care about his name. Discontent in the eyes, but they say nothing. They are not brave enough to say anything because they know they cannot say anything that will make her change her stance. They are too weak to do anything and they know it. His honesty is pleasing for her to see, a brief moment to bathe in it and then she continues on. He does not act human. Archie rolls his jaw, leaning back into his chair and trying to make a subtle show of rolling it away from her. She notices it immediately, but allows him his small comforts. Whatever they need to believe they are safer. They don't act human. Alright, what did they do that doesn't seem human to you? Ah, that tone of voice. Do all doctors have it? Whatever. You react like a human should. She begins, his brow raises but they say nothing. Good, she doesn't want to be interrupted. You know I am better. You fear me because you know what I can do. It is how a human should behave. It is how any animal should behave. When faced with a predator greater than them, but he does not act that way. Around you. Around Mother. A flash of understanding, he rested his hands on the arms of his chair and nodded his head up and down. His lips roll inwards and a small hum escapes them. Ah, I see, so you're wondering if Fuji. I said I don't care about their name. No, but I do. He hastily raises his hands as her eyes flash on them. And I would prefer to call them that to make things easier for me, please. Whatever. Her eyes dull, she grunts in acknowledgement but makes a private note to avoid remembering the name. She doesn't care about it. They are only human at the end of the day and barely worth remembering. Alright, so because Fujimaru-kun isn't scared of being around Medusa, you're wondering if he is actually human or not. Not just Mother, others as well. The Minotaur and the dragon. Archie lowers his arms back to the chair, his fingers drum along the sides of it for a few seconds as they move his hand up, scratching at the underside of his chin for a couple of moments. I can't say that Fujimaru-kun is totally fearless, because I'm pretty sure that would be a lie. I can say with absolute certainty that he is a regular full-blooded human though. No sign of anything. Heck, he wasn't even a mage before he came to Chaldea and he barely counts as one now. She gives a slow blink. He shifts in his seat in mild discomfort. Look, I cannot say for certain why he acts the way that he does, but I'm sure that Fujimaru-kun himself is acutely aware of just how big the physical differences are between himself and a servant. I'm not sure why he can just interact so casually with the others, because I couldn't do that, but it's just a matter of personality. A shrug of the shoulders. Some people just end up more open with their fears than others, like me, obviously. What a disappointing answer. But if that was the best the doctor could come up with, then that was all she could expect on the subject from him. He had no reason to lie to her in the first place, and they clearly didn't know themselves. She could at least rule out some sort of blessing that was giving them confidence that didn't belong. But that did not answer her question in the least. Have you tried talking to him yet? She gave a long blink, then turned her eyes onto the man and stared at him. His expression faltered. He broke eye contact immediately and glanced towards the floor, rolling his chair back further until it thudded into the desk. He coiled inwards as though trying to make themselves appear smaller. Good. That was a stupid suggestion, and they had every reason to be afraid of her for making it in the first place. Talking to the human would give her nothing. The whole problem was their behavior, and she doubted she would get a straight answer from them on the matter. Rather, she wanted to avoid contact with them until she knew what was the problem with them in the first place. Which meant that she would need to speak with someone. But it wouldn't be the human. He eyed her up in silence. Their expression betrayed nothing as they moved around and continued on their task. It had been nearly a minute since she posed the question, and they had yet to even give a proper indication that they had registered it. Moments ticked by. She made no attempt to even give away the notion that she was considering moving from her spot until she got some manner of answer from them. She could probably overpower them and then just peel the answers from them if they kept being stubborn about it. Really, from how this servant felt, they didn't have much of a right to be as cocky as she got the feeling they were trying to be. He stopped moving, a faint sigh escaped him, and they turned back to face her, lowering their arms to their side. Steel gray eyes locked onto her own orbs, but not completely. He hovered just a speck above her eyes, avoiding direct contact with them. Smart. So you are quite serious about that question, are you? Why would I not be? The tanned archer smirked, a rather mocking-looking expression. Because saying it out loud sounds ridiculous. Why would a servant contract themselves to a master? Because they have something that they wish to achieve and they need an anchor. That is all there really is to it. A frown formed on her lips. So you would lower yourself to serve someone weaker? Serve. Archer paused, rolling his jaw as though tasting the word. That would depend upon the servant in question. Someone would certainly take the word rather literally and devote themselves to their master's goal. Rather, what they want is to serve for whatever reason that might be. Some servants would truly do something like that. She made no effort to hide her disgust at the notion that any being would lower themselves to possibly serve a creature like a human. It made no sense to her why anyone would listen to something akin to a gadfly. More than that, it spoke volumes of the arrogance of the humans to even consider calling upon things such as her and her mother to act as their slaves. Her eyes narrowed slightly upon the archer. What of you? Me? I don't see why it matters at all. Archer shrugged his shoulders, turning his head back down and wiping the counter. I'm a good killer, at least I'm killing for something I can approve of now. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I get out of it, so long as my master is satisfied, it matters not. It mattered to her, but his words gave her pause. He spoke of his own talents so poorly. Did they have no pride in his strength? How odd. He just didn't seem to care, or did they? She got mixed messages. HMPH. Fine. A grunt. She didn't care about their personal choices, she just wanted to know something. But why serve this human? Why do you listen to them? Aren't you better than them at everything? Archer paused, then glanced up. Except remaining on this world without an anchor. I can do nothing without a master. Even with all my strength I could last perhaps 2 days, 3 if I pushed myself, before I ran out of magical energy. For those without independent action. HMPH. Not long. Not long at all. That was a solvable problem, though. And I wouldn't start eating souls. You might, but I wouldn't. Then you are an idiot. She dismissed quickly with a shake of the head. Does the human know that I could do that? I'm sure he's been informed of what you could do, yes. A slow nod of the head from Archer, folding his arms over his chest and raising a brow. In much the same way he knows what every servant under his command could do. Though do you really have a position to complain? You are the one who answered the summons. A beat, the servant smirked once again and looked down at her with a hint of mirth in his gaze. Or did you suppose that you would just show up and act as you pleased? Her eyes narrowed slightly. The expression on the servant faded away into a blank gaze. If you have a problem with how Master acts, then that is your own problem. Or were you expecting a human to conform to might makes right? I'm afraid they haven't been like that for a while. A beat, then he cupped his chin and hummed. Or maybe he is. You'd know if you spoke with them. Aren't you being too cocky for a weakling? A scoff. Do you suppose that you being stronger would have made me tell you exactly what you wanted to hear? Her lip curled in annoyance at his words. I'm afraid it's all down to personal opinion. The world doesn't conform to what you want it to do. Life is hardly as fair, people are complicated and act differently. I'm stronger than the human. Yes, you are. He should fear me. If he was smart. Yes, he would. Those command seals aren't for show. She knew that, and yet he had not used a single one of them on either herself or her mother. There was no trace that he had done anything to enforce the loyalty of any of the servants, which implied they were serving him willingly, but it didn't make sense to her in the least why they would do that. That was the problem. I am a servant. I am called forth to answer the wish of my master. Archer exhaled, shaking his head from side to side. That is my sole role. I am an expendable familiar who can be called to fight and then thrown away when my task is done, until the next time I am needed. Perhaps you expected the role of a servant to be more glamorous, but that is how it is. Archer hummed. Is your problem that Master is human, or that he is an ordinary human? What difference would it have made? A sigh from the man. Supposing that Master was stronger than you, would you still be so upset about the notion of him having servants around him? Would our existence in relation to him be so troubling? If they were stronger, then she wouldn't have a problem with it. They would be exceptional and she would understand why they had servants in the first place, but that wasn't the point. They were just a normal human being. So why did anyone listen to them? It didn't make sense. And why did they not show an ounce of fear at being surrounded by so many beings like her? Why were they not using their command seals to ensure their own safety from the moment things like her were summoned? It was like they had no self-preservation. I wouldn't be troubled if they were stronger than me. She answered slowly. Humans are small and weak. They should fear the strong, understand that I can kill them. That is what the human should be like. He should gaze at me with terror and understand what I am. He should do the same with Mother, with you, with all the other servants, but they do not. So what is wrong with them? Did they not fear anything? Except she had seen them afraid. People are stupid. She blinked at the words of Archer, tilting her head and keeping herself silent as they elaborated. Rather, sometimes it is the thrill of danger that excites them more. You tell someone not to look down. The first thing they would do is swing their eyes down. I suspect that Master does know what you can do, and I suspect that he doesn't much care about it either. The servant pulled a wry smile. Sorry that you're not the intimidating presence you hoped for. She scowled heavily at the servant for a brief second. Then she paused, her brows tightened and her head turned. Was that the issue? Was it that she looked too much like a human that they were unable to actually see what the problem was? That certainly sounded as though it was plausible, but it was a matter of whether she was willing to change what she looked like just to try and make the human understand the difference between them. No, she wasn't. She could make them understand without it. Ritska got the feeling that someone was watching him. He'd had that vague feeling on the back of his neck for an hour or so by now. Sparing another glance over his shoulder, he raised a brow and stared at the empty corridor. A single grunt escaped him before he turned back around and shrugged his shoulders. He might have just been thinking of something imaginary again. This wasn't exactly the best sort of. Ah, there you are. A faint gasp escaped him as he jumped back and brought his arms up. Met with the flat expressions of the twin goddesses, staring at him as though he was an idiot. Are you truly so foolish as to try and raise your hands to a goddess in such a violent manner? I did not realize that you were so uncouth. He assumed that was Steno. She was always the one that opened with some sort of comment like that. Though it quickly caused him to lower his arms and shaking his head, giving an apologetic smile. Sorry, just been a little on edge and you gave me a fright. Yes, your terrified face was rather amusing to me. Steno continued on, bringing up a finger and resting it upon her chin, tilting her head and pulling a sharp smile. I wonder, what would it cost to bring it up again? Now he was left with the feeling that he just shouldn't have said anything. That being said, it was a bit of a surprise to find them both in front of him. Sorry, again. Did you two need me for something? It sounded like you were looking for me. The other twin, Euryale, let out a scoff. Searching for you? Hardly, we were searching for Medusa so that she could find you and then bring you to us. Don't get so conceited into thinking that we would actively seek you out. Don't tell me that being a master has gone to your head. He internally rolled his eyes at them, inclining his head forwards and offering a faint bow. My mistake, so now that I have accidentally stumbled upon you, is there some reason you were going to have Medusa bring me to you? There certainly is. Steno gave a smooth response, folding her thin arms and narrowing her eyes. You can start by handing over that troublesome little servant you've recently summoned. Ritska stared for half a second. They didn't have the slightest idea how little that narrowed it down. Which one? Euryale raised a brow. Are you slow of mind? There is only one servant that could possibly be of interest to us. Ah, you mean Chrysor. That was the only servant that he could really get the idea of, nodding his head up and down and seeing their moderately pleased looks as he understood what they were after. But he didn't quite catch why they would be after it in the first place. Why do you want to speak with them? Why? Because they clearly need some education. Steno scowled for a half second, then replaced it with a dainty little smile. And because we would hardly be the caring aunts if we didn't make time for our shy little niece, especially since she has been making efforts to avoid us. Euryale hummed along with her sister. And, quite frankly, a game of cat and mouse is hardly interesting to play. So their interest in Chrysor was due to their relation with Medusa. What sort of education? None that you need concern yourself with. The flippant response didn't sit right with him in the least, and he was starting to have his fill of distant family members trying to muscle in with people's lives based upon some vague connection they might have shared. I'm going to need more than that. Ritska replied slowly, then raised his hand when they looked like they were going to argue. Look, if they have been avoiding you, then that's that. I'm not going to force them into a confrontation with you. Clearly that wasn't an answer that they were pleased with. The eyes of Euryale and Steno narrowed, the otherwise cordial expressions they had previously been wearing strained slightly. And what is that supposed to mean? Steno kept her voice even, but there was no denying the edge that now entered her tone of voice. Ritska straightened his own features, keeping his gaze on the goddess as he replied. I'm not going to force them into an encounter with you. Not until you tell me what this whole education business you have planned is. Is this you under the impression that being our master grants you the right to ask us what our intentions are? Euryale demanded, a touch of dismissal about her. Clearly not taking his stance all that seriously in the first place. We are merely pursuing our own interests in regards to Medusa and her child, nothing more and nothing less. Especially if said child is under the impression she can steal Medusa away from her sisters. Ritska very much doubted that was Chrysor's intention, rather it seemed as though she had holed up inside of the shared room between herself and Hanlith with ventures outside being rare. He didn't even know if either Medusa or Chrysor had even spoken to one another since the summoning. If they did, then he knew nothing of it. Alright, even if that was the case of you just trying to lay down some ground rules, Chrysor is definitely not going to care. He frowned between the two of them, though it wasn't as though he didn't sort of understand their plight. They did care. In a weird and twisted sense. At least, he thought they did. Hope they did. And while you might be willing to chance that, I'm not going to try and let you push the buttons of the servant who threw hands with the berserker that the director has. The dragon won. Tightening his features, he glanced between the two of them. Chrysor is dangerous. Dangerous in a sense that I'm not sure what they want or why they even answered a summoning. I've not had a chance to speak with them and I don't want to risk you two accidentally doing something that ticks her off and she just kills you, because I'm certain that she would do something like that. The twins regarded him for a moment, their tension fading away as they spared a glance at one another. Steno hummed, turning back to him and inclining a brow. Oh, so that is how it is, you just don't want to risk us coming to harm. How thoughtful of you, though if you are so worried, then you are more than welcome to come with us. She waved a hand to his arm. Those little marks are not just decorations, are they? Were they suggesting he just use a command seal to pacify Chrysor? That sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. What did you want to accomplish anyway? Euryale rolled her eyes. Was that not obvious with our words? Did we not explain as such earlier? Truly, you're quite dense if you cannot even heed the words of the goddess. Though, it is understandable, my beauty has made mortals go deaf before. No, he just wanted specifics beyond ground rules, because that was a broad topic. We were merely going to make clear where Medusa stands in relation to us, just so they do not have any mistaken ideas. Steno waved a hand, looking slightly irritated that she even needed to explain it. Does that satisfy you? Or do you intend to demand more of us? Well, it was a bit more. He could allow that. He slowly nodded his head up and down. All right, yeah. But try not to say anything that might antagonize her, she's got a very brutal way with words. Her eyes darted to them as she moved through the halls, barely reacting to his presence, but she felt his gaze switch onto her as she stepped past them. Lowering her voice and muttering loud enough for them to hear her. Liar. The knight stiffened at her words, his head turned to her and the aggression they sent her way intensified. The standards of Chaldea fall each time a figure steps through that summoning chamber. The comment was loud enough to catch her ear, but that was clearly the intention as she stopped walking, turning her head to the speaker and looking them up and down. Taking a short sniff of the air and then pausing at the odd little scent which entered her nose. She had missed it the first time, but this time around she could sense it much clearer. The unmistakable odor of the demons, yet they originated from this fool clad in metal in front of her. Perhaps they were some manner of cursed being, or mixed blood. Whatever the case, she could not let this challenge to her go without some manner of response. Turning to them, she eyed them up and down for a single moment and then let out a low scoff. The standards should be based upon skill at killing. That is what you need from a servant. I would wager between the two of us, I am the better killer. Undoubtedly, you are a better killer than I. The knight declared as though that was supposed to be some manner of insult. He stepped away from the wall and a touch closer towards her, keeping his arms folded over his chest. She saw the dim lights of his eyes shine through the port of his helm. Because that is all you are. Nothing more and nothing less. A dog bred for hunting. She was much more than a dog. But she knew what she was. Another curl of the lips as she eyed the figure up and down. I am a monster, I know that. I am the child of the greatest monster. I know and accept it. You hide your true nature under plates of steel and soot, as if you are any better than me, demon. His posture went straight in a single instant. What? Hiding your true nature? Limiting your strength? She spat back in disgust. You make me sick. What is the value of strength if you cannot call upon it? What is the purpose of power if it cannot be used to crush your enemies when the time comes? Slowly, his arms uncrossed. There is more to strength than brute force, not that I expect you to understand that. Serpent. All strength needs is brute force, that is why it is called strength. A shake of the head, she turned from them and marched away. Not that you know what strength is. If you can't use all your power, then hurry up and die. You're a waste of life, not worth keeping around. You disrespectful impudent. She paused at his tone, noting the fire that entered each word. The aggression was there, it was like they were going to snap and show her what they truly were. She turned around in the next moment, readying herself as the knight marched forwards. She caught the flash as his eyes burned red through the shadow of his helm. His hands clenched into fists, moving across to the scabbard on his hip. They paused a moment later. She did not bother to hide her frown at his sudden restraint. The glow of his eyes vanished as they stepped backwards. A long breath escaped them, shaking his head from side to side and then turning on his heel, marching up the corridor with only a parting remark towards her. I prove nothing by engaging in debates with animals. He spoke such words as though they were insults. Once more she was left dumbfounded by their remarks. Acting as if they were not an animal in the first place, she just happened to be a better one than they were. A scoff rippled from her lips. Coward. If they heard her words, they did not show it. Their march continued right around the corner and beyond her line of sight. Shaking her head, she turned back around and paused. Show yourself. The air shimmered, a figure stood in the hallway. Quite the way with words, haven't you? Oh, you. A low grumble from the wooden spirit. A certain lack of respect about you, but expecting such things from you would be something of a campaign in futility. I have no interest in wasting my time teaching those who do not care for my words. At least they understood. Still, one would accuse you of trying to undermine the teamwork spirit of Chaldea with such burning remarks. Nodding his head past her, he folded his arms behind his back and moved forwards. Heavy thuds echoed with each step taken. There might one day come a time when you need to rely on them to save your life. The thought disgusted her. I will not change my words because they don't agree with them. The figure stopped walking, a pleased hum escaped his lipless mouth. Nor should you, not if you consider them to have any true weight behind them. Though that will not stop others from decrying them as worthless, what matters is how you respond to criticism. She clicked her tongue. I proved them wrong. How simple. But they didn't sound as though they disapproved of it. Though I assume you much prefer that manner of approach to everything, avoiding complicated issues by turning them into simple ones. Life turns to a mere war of evolution in which you strive to be the winner and those who do not conform are hiding their true nature, yes. Her gaze narrowed just a touch, that was oddly specific. I am familiar with the blood covenant of Nar Alma. The caster servant explained. Though their later shift into the mound makers was one that made a great deal of sense. Certainly one of the most infamous gods for his work, but he was an intriguing one. Doing nothing more than allowing his worshippers to act to their truest nature. And what? What do you care about it? A shrug of the shoulders from the servant. I do not care about it in the least, I merely said it was intriguing. In much the same way a slightly differently shaded bug would be interesting, a unique existence from the rest of his family. I believe you are now acquainted with the Slav. Hanlith, yes. She was acquainted with them. She owned Hanlith, that was how it worked between them now. Externally, she hummed. There was something else she could ask. Why do you serve Ritska? Serve. The servant, Sullivan, made a displeased noise. I do not serve Ritska, it is merely that our goals align. That is all their partnership between us is. I cannot enact my own beliefs without him, and he cannot fight without my strength. Whether or not I find him personally tolerable is another matter. She blinked, then straightened. That was a different answer than before. And this servant was not lying. But I suspect there might be something more to your question. Sullivan took a single step closer, his voice turned sharper, like a thin blade. Perhaps you wish to know why it is that you should serve Ritska, or at least tolerate his existence to a point where you might kill whatever he points towards, him. She nodded. He shrugged. If all you care about is killing, then it doesn't really matter. He dismissed with a shake of the head. If what you care about is being regarded as a pet, then fight him until you either kill him or he beats you into submission. Though with his pet unkindled, that would be all but impossible for you. Well, perhaps not quite impossible, but a challenge all the same. The blonde one. Gawain. They changed since she last recalled seeing them, they were larger now. His presence burned through her senses like that of the sun, or perhaps a more accurate comparison would be the night itself. That was how they appeared to her, like the inevitable darkness after the sun fell. When the predators were most active. Was that what Alma had spoken of? It was impressive. I shall pose you a question. Sullivan broke her from her thoughts, her eyes switched to him. What do you see when you look at the Silver Knight? What did she see? An animal that has lost its will to live. That was all she saw. One who needs reasons to kill and survive. Who dresses themselves in metal and pretends they are anything more than just a killer. There was an amused hum from Sullivan, on the cusp of laughter, as her words took full effect upon the servant. Inclining his head to the side with his shoulders trembling in an effort to contain his mirth. Yes, I suppose they would look like that. But I suspect there is yet more. All those who turned into Black Knights carried a touch more out of Izalith than they entered with. The flames of chaos did not leave their bodies, even after death it seems. Yes, that was it. She disliked them because they could be so much more if they just let everything else go. It was vexing to see them limit themselves in such a way. No. It wasn't just that it was vexing, it was confusing to her. For what reason would they hide their true power as though they were ashamed of it? There was no greater shame than holding back and then dying because of it. Regardless of origin, one should take pride in their strength. It proved they were the best at what they were. And imagine now what the Silver Knight looks like to you. Sullivan continued onwards, but did not give her a chance to ponder the question before they answered it themselves. A demon who cares nothing for honor or glory, who takes pride only in how many they might kill and consume. An animal in every sense of the word, it is exactly what he could become, if he was not careful to hold himself back. The flash of red in the eyes of the Silver Knight. Was that them losing their temper? Did they feel the pull of violence and then rein themselves back? You are mirrors of one another. Sullivan continued onwards, gesturing to her. He represents how you would be if your nature was caged and civilized, and you represent what would happen if it was let loose. It is hardly a surprise you are at one another's throats. Why tell me? Sullivan made a small noise. I appreciate the honesty you have, it makes you one of the least revolting things to look at in Chaldea. He paused, pulling his arm around and raising a single finger. For that alone, I can offer you a single sliver of aid for your little quest. You ask why anyone would aid Ritska. The answer is simple, because to aid him, is to aid yourself. He is a convenient tool. Use him as you wish. Use him. Was she not already doing that? Now then. Sullivan turned from her, his gaze shifting down the hallways behind themselves and then grunting. I believe I sense the oncoming presence of divines, and stomaching those fools is hardly something I am in the mood for. Besides, I suspect them to be your problem in no short order. Now looking down at her, they paused and hummed once more. I look forward to seeing what sort of answer you come to in regards to remaining in Chaldea. I am certain it will be a more intriguing one. Stepping around her, they moved off. Was that the answer then? Everyone was just using the boy. It was a much more palatable one, but it felt as though there might have been more to it. Something pricked away at her senses, likely what Sullivan had spoken of, and it immediately brought her focus into the present. It was a sensation that was so similar and yet so different, the ones who were sister to her mother and yet were tragically weak. It made little sense to her how they could be related in the least, rather it was shameful that the runt of the litter acted as cocky as they did. It annoyed her, seeing her mother act subservient to them. The moment he stepped around the looping corridor and caught sight of Chrysor just standing there, he would admit that he jolted a little. Merely because of her sudden appearance and the utter lack of noise she made. No warning, just there she was. Staring right at him. Even her sunglasses didn't hide the faint light of her eyes. The subtle glare through them was more than a little off-putting because he knew what those eyes were all about, petrification or something like freezing. In fact, this was probably their first proper time of meeting with one another and she was pointedly trying to engage him in eye contact. It didn't bode well for future encounters between them. Immediately turning his eyes slightly to the side, he smoothed over his face and continued forwards after catching his breath, raising his hand to them in a greeting. Hey, Chrysor, I realize that we haven't spoken to one another at all, really, but because I didn't want to speak with you. At least she was direct with it. His arm lowered to his side, he blanked his expression and shrugged his shoulders. Fair enough then. Does that extend to just me or is it pretty much everyone who isn't Hanlith? What do you want? Moving a hand up, he scratched his cheek and rolled his jaw. The way they just kept speaking so bluntly was a little intimidating, a bit like that of Medusa, but while the writer was a bit softer with her words, this felt like she was trying to slap him with speech. Rather hostile, if he was being honest with himself. Steno and Euryale wanted to speak with you. He nodded his head behind himself to the twin goddesses, and noted that Chrysaor didn't even spare them a glance. Never once did her eyes leave his face. But if you don't want to talk then, do you have nerves of dry twigs? A rather mocking comment from behind him, one of the two goddesses made an irritated sigh. Quite frankly, this is no longer a case of whether they wish to speak with us or not. We are going to speak with them and they will most certainly listen. Chrysaor kept staring at his face, then replied. Why should I care what weaklings have to say? Go get stronger and then come back to me. He rolled his jaw inwards, getting the pointed idea that it wasn't just a comment aimed for the twins, but rather one for himself as well. Which was a fair enough stance, everyone had their own way of doing things. He knew from experience, like with Havel, that some servants needed a bit more than just a summoning to determine if someone was their master. Ritska still wasn't sure what Gilgamesh regarded him as, they barely spoke after the summoning. Regardless of all that, he heard the rather indignant grunt of the goddess by his side as they stepped around from behind him, their hands fell to their hips and they scoffed rather indignantly. Is that truly the way that you should speak? How can you possibly call yourself a child of Medusa if you're this ill-mannered? Disgraceful. The focus of Chrysaor shifted in a split second, moving from him and onto the goddess. The tension in their posture instantly told him they didn't approve of that comment in the least. How can you possibly call yourself a sibling of mother if you're this pathetic? Ritska glanced between the two of them, but rather, the goddess at his side tilted her head. She didn't say anything for a few moments, then gave a low hum. How much do you know of Medusa aside from that she is the Gorgon? Chrysaor gave a light scoff. I do not need to know anything else. How pitiful. A slow shake of the head from the goddess, an aura of disappointment leaked out from them. You might change your appearance with whatever this is, but you're more of a monster than even her. I could tolerate an appreciation of her strength, but you do not even see Medusa for what she is, just a brute animal that birthed you with some muscles and fangs. The goddess turned around, their expression flat. No, I have no interest in you anymore. Utterly unworthy of being called a child of Medusa in any meaningful way. You see her at her lowest and suddenly believe that is her best. What a joke. You didn't know Medusa, you never saw her at her best. Steno's tone of voice was just, distant. Without a drop of emotion in it, her gaze held nothing but dissatisfaction. What right do I have to be related to Medusa? I should ask the same, you who knows nothing of your own parent. I'm astounded by your arrogance to even make such outrageous claims. Maybe you should go and learn about Medusa first before you start to embarrass her name, and by extension ours, further than you already do. Ritska gave a light frown at the goddess. Steno, his faint words of warning earned him a sharp gaze from the small girl, all but daring him to try and say something back. He kept his gaze on her, opening his mouth and speaking again. Have you said all you want to? HMPH, I suppose so. A shrug of the shoulders, then she strutted away. Come, myself. I believe the air has become rather sour here. I'd rather find something amusing to wash away this unpleasant taste. Naturally, me. Euryale supported, having said nothing but wearing her own distant gaze. The two of them turned back and moved off the way they came. Ritska watched her departure in silence. That wasn't what he was expecting. Turning back to Chrysaor, he met her gaze once more. You do not need to speak with them if you. I know that. She snapped back at him, raising her voice louder than his own. Do not presume to tell me what I can and cannot do, fly. She advanced forwards, hands kept at her sides. He stood his ground, furrowing his brows as they grew closer and closer, coming upon him by the third step and looking right into his eyes. Standing more or less the same height as one another, she glared right into his face, the shine of her eyes just through the glasses burned like twin flames. Ritska elected not to break eye contact with her this time, but it felt like he was having a staredown with a bear. What is wrong with you? It sounded like an honest question she was asking him, as though she was genuinely confused. In what sense? I could kill you right now. Most likely, yeah. Was this news to her? He knew about it from the very moment she had been summoned. A lot of servants could do that, are you going to? She frowned back at him, leaning away rather abruptly. Do you wish to die? No. Now it was his turn to look baffled by her question. Why would I want that? Then why don't you? Her jaw clenched, she resumed glaring at him, a hint of scrutiny as she eyed him up, like she was searching for something and getting progressively more annoyed that she couldn't see it. Why does Mother tolerate you? Why does anyone listen to you? Why aren't you acting like a normal human? Those were a lot of questions he was being asked at once. He just shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say here. It mostly just boils down to the fact that the servants as a whole choose to listen to me, and even then it's here and there, but I don't think I act like an irregular person. Moving a hand up, he scratched the side of his neck. So, what would a normal human do? Run when they saw me. His brows pinched. Why? Because what? She jerked back. What do you mean why? Do you know who I am? A little bit, yeah. Ritska nodded his head up and down. Was this some sort of trick question or were they honestly asking him? Perhaps they were annoyed that he wasn't freaking out every time they so much as looked in his direction. He was a little surprised by that as well. Father of monsters, or so I've been informed, but if you mean personally, right here and right now. You do scare me a little. Then why don't you show it? Because what good would it do? He raised a brow, placing his hands on his hips. I could freak out and be scared. You did try to take my head off a week or so ago and, honestly, being around you puts me a little on edge. Like any second you could just swing at me. She nodded along with his words, looking rather pleased with what he was saying. He saw what the issue was now. She were just wondering why he wasn't being freaked out by them or anyone else. Truth of it is, I know just how strong a lot of these servants are, but if I let myself freak out about what they could do, I'd never see what they actually do. That was really all there was to it. Medusa is famous and we both know why. There are probably 1,000 ways she could kill me and I wouldn't even know it was happening for half of those. There would be more. He very nearly snorted at the comment that Chrysor snuck in, looking a touch offended that he had only said there were 1,000 ways. Yes, but the Medusa who walks around Chaldea, she likes to read books. Gwendolyn tells me how the two of them will just quietly read for hours without saying anything to one another and then talk about it when it's all done. He gestured to himself. Basically, if all I saw in these servants was how many ways they could kill me, then I'd never trust them with my life and they would never trust me to give any weight to their opinion. They're trusting me to be a good master for them, and I'm trusting them to help me. Neither of us could do that if we were scared of one another. Chrysor regarded him in pure silence. Nothing was said. And would you trust me with your life? Did she want an honest answer? Well, at the moment, he offered a small smile and shook his head. No, not really. But I would like to reach the point where I can trust you with my life. Why? Why? He couldn't really answer that. Turning his head to the ceiling, he folded his arms and rolled his lips. Why, you ask? Well, I can't really explain it all that well. It's just how I am. I like getting to know people, what they like and what they hate. We don't even need to be friends when all is said and done, but I at least like to know what they're about. Lowering his head, he just shrugged. I just enjoy getting to know people. You are strange. Possibly. He muttered, moving a hand up to rub his chin. It certainly wasn't the most normal thing in the world to make possible workplace acquaintances with a cannibalistic cult leader. Or a Darwinist, blood god. Or slavers. Or imperialists. He glanced back up. Chrysor nodded her head up and down. I understand now. You aren't a fly or an ant. He got the feeling this next comment wasn't going to be positive. You're a symbiont. That really wasn't what he was expecting. For whatever reason, the servant now looked as though they had found something they were content with. Turning away from him and walking away without even offering a goodbye. Ooh, good talk. She didn't respond. Ritska watched them leave, then shook his head and furrowed his brows. He felt as though he might have been missing something here. Well, as long Chrysor was content. He didn't think she was happy, but she seemed content. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Arjuna Trial Quest. France. He glanced towards Mash and then back towards the director with a raised brow, just to make sure that he had actually heard her correctly the first time around. The nod of the head he got from her all but confirmed it. There has been an occurrence of a minute singularity in the region. Though hardly of the scale that could threaten human history, nothing more than a small space-time disturbance in the region, likely caused by the presence of some small-grade phantasmal. Ritska would give it to the director. She had a habit of making things that would have otherwise sounded impressive or dangerous instead sound very trivial. He was actually rather happy with that sort of thing, it made him rather pleased. A puff of smoke in the corner of the room, someone coughed twice. Ritska turned his eyes to the direction of the noise, watching as Professor El Meloy II puffed away at his cigar, watching the proceedings with a critical gaze. Or they were just watching normally, it was hard to say. They always looked as though they were judging everything that everyone was saying. I suppose there is no way to determine this until after you have a team on the ground. The professor inquired, taking the cigar away from their lips and raising a brow in the direction of Olga. The pale-haired woman froze for a brief moment and then shook her head from side to side. With a low hum, the professor turned his eyes to the screens and hummed to himself. Yes, that does seem to be the most logical answer, though that would depend on the nature of the phantasmal itself. You do not need me to tell you of the dangers they pose, Olga Marie. And no, of course not. Quickly standing to attention, the director's voice cracked only for a little bit before she thinned her lips. Ritska glanced in the direction of her line of sight. Specifically upon the still-lit cigar in the hands of the man. He could quickly figure out what the problem was. Are you really sure you're allowed to smoke in here? He asked, spotting Olga whip her head onto him with an affronted gaze, though the full focus of his attention remained on the professor instead. Watching as the man stepped away from the screen and turned about face to look at him, leveling a rather pointed look for a few moments, then they gave a light hum as they flicked their hand to the side. The cigar was dismissed. I would be rather surprised if I was, though there was a lack of, no smoking, signs hanging up. We didn't really recruit smokers. Romani piped up from where he was sitting. The doctor scratched the side of his head. Health code problems and trying to keep supplies limited to essentials. We didn't really want Chaldea's budget to go towards feeding addictions. Well, I argued for the potential problems that would arise if we lost a shipment and people went into withdrawal. I was satisfied with the first answer. The professor replied with a rather blunt tone of voice, raising a brow at Romani for a half-second, slotting their hands into their pockets and giving another short hum. But my health is beside the point, ignoring the fact that as a servant I am now immune to such things. I assume you have brought this singularity to our attention for more than this trivial matter. It would resolve itself inside a week. A beat, the man nodded his head up and down. You mean to form a team and venture down for supplies? Olga opened and closed her mouth twice, then nodded once, swiftly turning back to Ritska as he watched on in silence. That is correct, you will be heading down to secure supplies for us. Namely whatever food produce you might acquire, but vegetables, meats and milk are the priority. So he was basically going shopping. I take it that it's still pretty close to the time period of the first singularity. Within the same year, unfortunately. Towards the latter part, so taking St. Jean down there would probably end up proving to be more trouble than it would be worth. Romani explained with a slow shake of the head, then shifted their posture. But, that being said, you could probably find a way to keep her out of line of sight. Ritska glanced at the silent professor. What do you think, Professor? A moment of silence from the man, then a hum. Keeping Saint Jean on standby would be my first call. There is no need to play our hand immediately if there is something more severe than a phantasmal. If the worst comes, then the option of calling on her remains. This limits the possibility of causing a greater ruckus by unveiling the apparent living Jeanne d'Arc to the people of France all over again. That made a lot of sense to him, but he was sure that Jean might be a little put off about the whole thing. Well, he was sure she would probably understand the concept behind not trying to freak everyone out again, and if push came to shove, he would call her right down to help them. All right then. I'll assemble a team. You want to come along? They wouldn't have been his first pick for it, but that wasn't because there was anything particularly wrong with them. It was just that he wouldn't have really picked them first for this sort of thing. Is that too much trouble? Nud asked with a tilt of the head and a raised brow. Their expression shifted into a slightly troubled one. Because I'd rather not have to force you into an uncomfortable position. Oh no, it's not that. He hastily waved his hand from side to side, dismissing any idea that the saber was a nuisance or along those lines. Rather, I'm just a little surprised that you would want to come along on this. It is probably not going to amount to all that much and… Tally-ho! A loud shout from the entrance. Ritska turned his head as both Sigurd and Astolfo came barreling into the room with rather wide grins on their faces, swiftly flanked by Ash, who was a natural counter in complete stoicism. Ritska felt a touch of a smile come upon his face as he turned back to Nud, seeing the blonde look upon the group with a rising smile of their own. And it's probably going to get a little loud. Astolfo and the others wanted to come along to try the local pastries. Well, Sigurd wanted to, and Astolfo just realized that there was something going on with France and volunteered immediately. Absolutely. The pink paladin called across the room, clearly having heard him, and swiftly drawing their sword, pointing it up to the ceiling. Through wind and rain, sleet and snow, ice and mud, or even madness and sanity, nothing will stop this paladin from protecting his homeland. That remark managed to earn a brief crinkle of the brow from Ash. The blonde turned on the rider with a pointed look at them, as though somehow confused by what they had said. He opened his mouth, only for Astolfo to immediately rush towards them, poking a finger into his lips and shushing them. I'm French. It doesn't matter where I was born. I am French. Ash lightly pushed the hand away, turning his head and glancing off into the distance once again, clearly letting go of whatever they were going to say. Nud chuckled quietly, bringing a hand up and cupping his chin. Well, in that case, I see all the more reasons for me to come with. There is never going to be a poor time to get to know my fellows than out in the countryside. I am something of an experienced camper, wouldn't you know? Ritska gave them a flat look. The god of fishing and hunting is a good camper. Whatever shall I be regaled with next? There are some who make the bold claim that water is, in fact, wet. Quote. Quote. PFF'd. With a snort, he covered his mouth and shook his head from side to side, waving a hand above his head and gesturing forwards. All right people, let's get down to France and see what's going on. Nud hummed behind them. I suppose we shall finally learn what the matter with France is. Ritska pinched his brows, then turned about when Astolfo abruptly burst into a fit of giggles, hunching over and slapping his knee while pointing towards Nud, who now sported a look as though they were very proud of the comment they had just made. A faint noise of mirth to his right turned his head about. Mash had rolled her lips inwards, nodding her head up and down while clearly finding something funny about the comment as well. She met his gaze and then opened her mouth, presumably to explain, only to let out a small chortle and shake her head from side to side, moving a hand up to cover her mouth. All hehehehe, I'm sorry senpai, hehehaha, I'll explain in a moment. Was this what it was like to be on the other side of a reference? Yikes. Ritska adjusted himself, rolling over onto his side and doing his best to get comfortable, though this was far from the most ideal spot he had been in. Why did his bed feel so rough and uninviting? Had he forgotten to put the pillows down again or something? Excuse me, good fellow. A distant rumble had him pull his body closer, ignoring the polite words from right in front of him. though it was soon followed by a pattering sound and a noise like fingertips drumming on a window, a flash of light as though someone quickly turned a torch on and off in his face. Ritska groaned with a touch of annoyance, rolling away from the brightness and to the opposite side. His hand wandered out to search for his blankets. Patting along the surface of his bed and quickly finding nothing, his mind ground to a halt. His eyes popped open. He was not staring at his bed, rather he was staring at some very rough floorboards, and beyond that he was staring out across a rather long expanse of dark gray and murky blue. What the? You're awake. He jerked at the quiet voice, whipping his head in the direction of the speaker and furrowing his brows. I'm impressed. To sleep through such a storm without much of a reaction, you must have nerves of steel. The compliment flew right over his head, namely because there were other things he was trying to focus on. Primarily was the fact he was sitting on a ship. His head whipped all around him as he tried and failed to come to terms with the fact he was on a boat. His eyes flickered shut as rain lapped against his face, swiftly shooting up to his feet and flicking his hands across his face to wipe away the water falling on him. What in the? Am I in the middle of a storm? Forgive me, but did you truly not know that? He turned once more to the speaker, furrowing his brows and staring at the man. A bleached white outfit fully covering from their neck down to their feet. The only defining feature was the intricate blue pattern embroidered into the base of the outfit and traveling up towards the waist. Even wearing gloves which were a shade equal to the sleeves they jutted out from beneath, all of which clashed with dark skin of the wearer and the similarly dark-colored hair, the man, not that much taller than him, took a step forwards and looked him over with a frown. I do not see any signs of visible injuries, but you were unconscious and have been for at least a minute. Ritska stared at the dark-skinned man for a good couple seconds, then shook his head to break himself from his reverie and focus on them completely. Right, sorry, who exactly are you and where am I? A brief flash of guilt passed across the face of the man, his expression swiftly cooled. I am afraid that those questions will be rather difficult for me to answer. I hope that is not too much of a concern for you. They were difficult for them to answer. With a shake of the head, he continued on. Why? Are we in some sort of special dimensional plane of existence or something? The blank stare he got in response made him feel more than a little embarrassed about what he had just asked. We are on a boat. The man replied slowly, even going so far as to gesture down towards his feet just to make absolutely certain that he was aware they were, indeed, on a boat. And I have little knowledge of how I came to be on this boat beyond the fact you summoned me forth. Ritska opened his mouth, then paused and closed it again. He did what? I did what now? Bringing up his right hand, he pointed to himself. You're telling me that I summoned you? A nod of the head. There is undoubtedly a link between us, you are my master. I feel the flow of magical energy from you, just as you hold the command seals that denote your existence as that of a master. The man simply explained, then turned his head about, his gaze sweeping over the location and the frown returning to his face. I had hoped that when you awoke you would clarify some things for me, but it seems as though we are both the victims of some manner of scheme. Yeah, no kidding. Sorry to tell you that I don't have an idea either. Ritska replied slowly, bringing the frown down and replacing it instead with a rather bemused look, one that the servant in front of him soon matched when they heard his next words. And I really don't remember summoning you in the first place either, sorry if that's a little. The servant raised a brow at him, leaning back slightly. That is, peculiar for me to hear. You do not seem surprised at my presence as a servant, but you claim to have never made an effort to call me forth. Are you familiar with servants then? He gave a slow nod of the head. Something along those lines. You're not really the first servant I've been contracted to, or the only servant I am currently contracted to either. As expected, that seemed to elicit the biggest reaction from the individual in front of him. A look of surprise flashed over their face, soon changing into something more along the lines of intrigue and a touch of appraisal. Do you mean to suggest that you are contracted to multiple servants at the same time? That is, rather difficult for me to comprehend, not that I am accusing you of lying, master. Ritska quickly brought his hands up, waving them down. Oh no, I realize that it would probably sound pretty absurd to you or anyone else who knows about servants. From what I know, it's usually expected to have only a single servant contracted to you during, Holy Grail wars. He nodded at his words. One of the 7 night classes for each of the 7 masters. I am sorry to say that I do not have a definitive answer for how many Holy Grail wars I have personally fought within. Yeah, memory problems. A beat, the servant froze midway through their sentence, their brows pinched and their eyes squinted slightly. You are aware of my memory troubles. Yeah. Trouble remembering past summonings, right? Ritska ventured with a tilt of the head, not quite understanding why the servant was tiptoeing around the matter and looking so surprised that he knew. It was from the servants he had summoned personally that told him that even remembering their past summonings was a massive question mark for something happening. I know that in normal circumstances, you aren't meant to remember those. Fresh start per summoning, right? Yes. That is what you meant. Closing his eyes, the servant relaxed and nodded his head up and down. Yes, that is quite true. Though I feel as if there should be something more for my situation in that matter, perhaps an inkling into my past exploits. No, that is not correct. His expression twitched, strain colored his face. A definitive answer, there should be something in my mind that tells me whether or not I have been summoned before and whether or not I was victorious. That is most certainly what I should be aware of, and yet, the specifics around this summoning are concerning to me. Ritska watched them with a raised brow, feeling an inkling of doubt start to needle its way into his mind. From the way they were speaking and acting, he was left with the rather strong impression that there was something more going on than them not being able to remember past Holy Grail wars. Combined with his reaction about him bringing up memory troubles. If I were to ask you for your true name. His head snapped to him the moment he started to speak, a troubled look already present from the very first words he uttered. Would I be correct in assuming that you don't know it? I admit that I made a rather poor attempt to conceal my confusion, but you are correct. My true name is currently lost to me right now. Raising a hand, they pressed it against his temples and exhaled rather loudly. It feels shameful for whatever reason, as though it is something I should know, and more than because it is my name. I feel as though my identity is one of great weight. He was a little on edge about that. The servant did seem very earnest about it, but he had gone through something similar not that long ago. Still, at least they weren't asking to climb into his head. He would have needed to say no to that sort of deal until he could be absolutely sure about them. But, I apologize for this failure, master. Lowering the hand, the tone of the servant shifted and turned flatter. It would seem as though the unusual nature of this summoning has caused a distinct problem with my spirit origin. Though I do not feel weaker, it seems as though my memories have become muddled. Anything that can be done. He brought up his right hand, gesturing to the symbols on the back. Think a command seal for you to remember would bring anything back. I do not believe that such things should be used so carelessly. He warned immediately with a shake of the head, pausing and then rolling his lips. But it is true that without my true name, then I shan't be able to call upon my noble phantasm. Ultimately that would hamper my capabilities if we were to be attacked. His arms came up, folding them and closing his eyes in thought. Ritska watched. Seconds ticked by as he turned his gaze out towards the storm and grimaced as the ship rocked lightly. Though something else occurred to him rather swiftly, beyond the peculiar servant and his location. Say, was there anyone else with me when you arrived? He turned back to the man as his eyes opened, a tilt of the head and a flash of confusion. I am afraid not. Were you expecting others to be here? I admit, I was rather puzzled by the lack of a crew on this vessel, though when I noticed the damage, I assumed you might have been attacked by some manner of sea monster, combined with the storm. He made the declaration rather casually, at least confirming in his mind that they considered that to be a genuine possibility. So they had experienced the really freaky stuff in the world then. Ritska shrugged. I'm as confused about the boat as you are, and yes, there were others that I was supposed to be here with. His feet carried him to the railings of the ship, pausing as he noticed that the man hadn't been exaggerating the damage. Only just registering the fact the mast had been snapped clean in half, several holes had been punched through the bow and the railings on the port and starboard had been torn asunder, like something large had pushed through them. Rather concerning. Moving to the less damaged seconds, he gripped the railings tight as the ship rocked once again, a flash of light in the distance and a streak of lightning slammed into the ocean with a crack, the rumble of thunder followed not long after. Given that he was directly beneath the storm, he grimaced. His eyes turned to the mast once again, narrowing as he took notice of the scorch marks along the length of the breakage. The pieces of what happened fell into place rather quickly once he noticed that. The boat had been caught in the middle of a storm and clearly taken a pounding, but that didn't answer where the crew was supposed to be or why he ended up here in the first place with this mystery servant who claimed he had summoned them. There was a lot here that was a little troubling for him. Stepping away from the railings, he paced back towards the center of the boat and in front of the servant, frowning to himself before speaking again. "Do you at least know what your class is?" "That much, I can answer." Even the servant looked relieved with the words they spoke, inclining his head slightly as light shimmered around his left hand. "I am an archer servant, though I believe that it is possible for me to be summoned in other classes." Sure enough, a pristine white bow formed in the grasp of the man, curling up at the top and bottom. But what most caught Ritzka's eye was the coiling extension that grew from the center of the bow and moved outwards, a spring-like growth that ended with twin spikes jutting forth like a bident. It was certainly an unusual bow, that much was for sure. "At least you have a bow," he muttered, rubbing his chin. His comment earned a frown from the archer. "Are you suggesting that it would be unusual for an archer to have a bow?" "I know an archer who uses swords," Ritzka replied, pulling his lips into a faint smirk. "And I know another archer who would much rather use spells than anything else. Trust me, meeting an archer who actually uses a bow and arrow is something I'm going to consider a novelty before long. You don't actually fire swords from your bow, do you?" Archer stared at him as though he'd grown a second head. "Is this some manner of elaborate joke, master? Because if it is, then I am afraid I do not quite understand. To be honest, it's one of those things that you need to really be there to really appreciate." The admittance was accompanied by a shrug of the shoulders. Archer seemingly debated it for a moment, then dismissed it entirely before focusing on something else. "That aside, if you came to this place with allies, then would it not make more sense for us to locate them? Given the nature of our situation here and the lack of information either of us possess." The rumble of thunder and flash of lightning briefly cut the servant off. The two of them swerved his heads towards the noise. Ritzka winced as he watched the splash of water from the bolt of electricity, feeling the zap through the air. The hairs on the top of his head standing on end. "This is far from a safe location for you and there is no telling what manner of situation your allies are in." With a brief moment of hesitation, Archer stepped forwards and placed his free hand over his heart, lowering his head into a short bow. "I would like to ask permission if it would be acceptable for me to accompany you until this mystery is revealed. Something has brought about my summoning and interfered with it. I believe it relates to you, given that we are linked now. If that is not too much trouble." Ritzka hesitated before answering. It wasn't the first time that someone had done something like this to him, giving the whole spiel about not remembering much about his past and keeping his true name secret through amnesia. He did not believe that Archer was lying, but much the same was true about Seath at the time. And that didn't. Dismissing the thoughts from his mind, he centered himself and took in a short breath. "We can do that." His response earned a single hum from the archer, difficult to tell whether they were pleased in any way with his words. "Though, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to really do. This boat is trashed and none of my allies are nearby, hang on." Turning away from the archer, he moved his hand to his head and concentrated. "I'll see if I can get anything from them." With a mental click, the link switched on and he was immediately bombarded by half a dozen voices at the same time. The chorus of words had him wince and turned his eyes to Archer, who now looked as though they were similarly nursing a headache, bracing a hand against his forehead. "One at a time, please." He all but begged through the link. Thankfully enough it worked. The voices swiftly fell silent. He glanced towards Archer and saw his pointed look in his direction. Sorry about that, I probably should have warned you beforehand. Mental link is a bit much when you have this many servants. No, I should have expected that. Archer coolly responded, straightening his posture out. Continue, Master. If you can make contact with your allies, then it is all the better. Right. Smiling to the man, he turned his focus back to the link. All right, so, everything has clearly gone wrong once again. I am currently on a ship in the middle of a thunderstorm and am now soaking wet. Where is everyone else? Mash, you first. Just to avoid any sort of jumbled mess of servants speaking over one another. I'm sorry that I'm not currently by your side, Senpai. Came the swift and rather rapid apology from Mash. Archer raised a silent brow at him but said nothing. I materialized in the air and then fell into the ocean. Fortunately I have been carrying around Da Vinci Sans floaty inside my shield for occasions such as this. But I am very pleased to hear you were not dropped into the ocean, were you? You're not injured, are you? He briefly dismissed the mental image of Mash alone in a storm sitting on a rubber duck and went about answering her. Fine, for the most part. Just a little confused as to how I've ended up on the French coast rather than in France. Though I believe something might have interfered with the ray shift. Ray shift? Came the rather puzzled tone of Archer. Yes, the ray shift, Senpai. Mash replied without missing a beat, though Ritsuka pinched his brows and glanced up at the Archer. Did you forget? You didn't hit your head or anything, Senpai. Dr. Romani assured me that everything had been fixed and was working properly. Both he and Archer stared at one another in bemusement. Mash. I'm fine. But you just asked what a ray shift was. Yeah, I heard that too. Astolfo elected to make matters worse, though they probably didn't know. At least he hoped they didn't. You said, ray shift. In this really confused tone of voice. Did you forget? Yikes, maybe you really did hit your head pretty hard. What? No, I didn't say anything of the sort. You mean you weren't talking about ray shifts a moment ago? No. A beat, he closed his eyes and fought back a groan. I mean yes, I was. But I know what a ray shift is. I am afraid I don't. Archer spoke once again, sounding rather bemused about the whole situation. He just did it again. I'm not the only one hearing this, am I? No, I can hear it as well. For whatever reason, Sigward opted to chime into the conversation. Are you certain you're all right, my lad? Head injuries can be rather nasty at times. I think it would be best that you tell us where you are so that we can give you a good checkup. His hands slapped over his face, groaning into his palms. I am telling you, I am perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with my head. Are you just trying not to worry us, son? Ritsuka pinched the bridge of his nose when Nud joined in the conversation. Because I appreciate the thought of trying not to worry us, but it's better to let us know now whether you're hurt. I know a bit or two about healing. Master, what is happening? Ritsuka could only give a helpless sigh at the question from Archer, one that he wasn't sure how to answer himself. I really do not know. Senpai, I have a first aid kit as well. If you just bear with me, I shall be there as fast as I can to see to your injuries. I'm not injured though, he exclaimed through the link. I just said something might have interfered with the ray shift. Indeed, I heard it as well, at which point I inquired about the nature of this ray shift. Archer spoke up once again, then continued on with an audible frown. Though I seem to have confused matters somewhat. I am currently with Master. Dead silence permeated through the link. Then came the voice of Ash. Ritsuka, is there someone else in your body again? Archer turned his head towards him and pinched his brows together. Again, Ritsuka waved a hand, setting the matter aside for another time. Namely because he didn't want to go through having to explain that in the first place, better to not think about it at all. If he was being honest with himself. There is no one else in my body. He patiently explained, then took in a short breath. That is just Archer talking. He's a servant who appeared next to me, we're sort of trying to figure out what's going on, but he thinks that someone messed around with him. He can't remember much. There were several seconds of silence, then Astolfo spoke up again. Single quote dot dot dot. Really? Huh, so that's not you just putting on a different voice. Ritska frowned. What is that supposed to mean? Are you saying that me and Archer sound alike to you? Yeah, he didn't even hesitate. I am afraid I do not understand what you are implying. Archer responded quickly, though I feel inclined to point out that this conversation has departed from the original topic. I can confirm, with my own eyes, that Master appears physically uninjured. So there is no need for concern. Ah, I see. Mash's response was rather slow coming, a touch of apprehension colored her words before they settled in relief. But as long as you're all right, Senpai, though it is just me out here. I do not know where Astolfo-san or Sigward-san are, nor Ash-san and Nud-san. So they did not appear around the same place. He supposed that made sense. Myself and Astolfo are currently sitting upon his mount and moving through the skies. Sigward replied swiftly, I shall keep my eyes peeled until either you or Ritska are revealed to us, though this weather is rather treacherous. Something else struck him. Single quote dot dot dot. Ash, you're not in the water, are you? Namely because he recalled they could not swim, his last encounter with the ocean being both sudden and violent. No, I am not in the water. Ritska let out a sigh of relief at his words. I am on the water. His expression blanked. Single quote dot dot dot. You're what now? I'm on the water. He replied again through the link, turning his eyes down and staring at the floor that shifted underneath his boots. It was an entirely new experience for him to be standing upon the water. It eerily reminded him of walking through the old swamp or the smoldering lake, but that might have been because it was a liquid ground. Single quote dot dot dot. How? Ash turned his eyes onto the one who had manifested beside him. Nud appeared to be much more comfortable as they were crouched down, placing his hand upon the surface of the water and then closing his eyes. Within a split second, the water they were standing upon evened out entirely, a smooth radius formed around them for a meter either side, the waves crashed against a barrier of nothing and fizzled out of existence, rolling around his safe haven. That would be me. Nud responded, rising back to his feet and wiping his hands down, smiling lightly and giving him a nod of the head. I know a bit or two about calming the waters and wanted to take no chances. A little bit of a blessing and then strolling across the ocean becomes rather simple, incredibly useful for fishing, now that I think about it. Maybe I should try that again. Standing in the middle of the ocean and fishing. It sounded like the sort of action that CU would make an attempt at, he supposed. Did that mean he should similarly try it? There was nothing to lose in the attempt. He filed it away for a future endeavor. Ah, does that mean that you really are connected with Nodens, Nud-san? Mash picked up on something from that line of thinking, more so than he did given that she brought up another name. It sounded as though it belonged to a god. One related to the ocean or to water. It was said that Fyun had the ability to turn any water he touched into healing water as well, and they are related to you. Ash raised a brow in the direction of Nud, who was visibly caught off guard by the tirade that Mash launched into, though quickly collected themselves and smiled. You're a well-read young girl. With a chuckle, the blonde shook his head. But yes, I do have something of a connection with Nodens, given that I am also them. Or they are also me. No. There are differences when gods move to another region, our personalities are shaped by worshippers, but that doesn't matter as much as saying that yes, I am connected, and bringing up Fyun's healing waters, of all things. He sounded rather impressed about that. The description of healing waters reminded him of his mother's own capacity for blessing water into such potent concoctions. I thought most would have remembered him making Loch Neag rather than his healing hands. Oh, I know about that as well. He heard a hum from Ritska. Is this about that time he threw an island at someone? You know as well, Senpai. Yeah, you got me curious so I read a little about the guy. I see what you mean about him being a strong servant if he was summoned. Heck, from the sounds of half the stuff he did, I figure he would probably be right up there with King Arthur. That was a rather bold claim. Ash frowned, then cycled through his combined memories. Shifting through all the information he had on Fyun. Single quote dot dot dot. I am inclined to agree with that assessment. He responded after a moment, giving his own thoughts on the matter. His words drew the eyes of Nud, looking rather proud about the sudden praise his grandson was receiving. But setting aside the prowess of Fyun aside, as well as how useful he would be, it is better to think of the situation at hand. I agree with this one. The archer, still unnamed and sounding bizarrely similar to Ritska, spoke up once again. Given that, at present, we are still a broken group with little idea of what caused this in the first place. If I might make a suggestion, I believe our first priority should be to link up. They were correct. Ash glanced at Nud and raised a brow. They spoke of a ship, are you able to use the water to sense them? Nud paused, then cupped his chin with his silver arm, giving a single hum before nodding once. I should be able to manage something like that. The link with Ritska makes things much easier when it comes to locating him. There does not appear to be any sort of magical ploy at work here, given nothing obscures my senses. So this was a mundane storm. How odd. Nud can sense you. We will make our way to you. Ritska gave an affirmation, then spoke up once again. Wait, Ash. Can't you just teleport to me? Ash fought a wince. He figured this would come up. I did not realize it at the time, but using my teleportation is not something I can freely do. It is a costly magical spell, one not native to me. I am drawing upon the power of one who could use it, that is to say, I must deploy my reality marble each time I utilize it. A brief pause, then Ritska spoke again. You didn't know this before. I did not know what a reality marble was until I was told I had one. Another pause, then he continued on. The cost of magical energy was not something I truly paid much heed to. I am afraid, though I have since become more aware of trying to conserve myself for the moments that truly require it. Ritska wasn't long in replying. You don't need to explain all that to me, Ash. I understand. If you and Nud can sense where I am, then make your way to me, and keep an eye out for Mash and the others. Should we do the same then? Astolfo asked through the link. Because I get the feeling that we should. I don't know if Hippo-kun could carry everyone though, but hey, wait. Hippo-kun has thumbs. He can just pick them up. Ash was struck with the mental image of being grabbed in the talons of the hippogriff and carried into the air. It was not a mental image that he found particularly attractive to him. I will walk. He sensed Astolfo zero in on him. I promise that they can grab things really, Jen. I will walk. You'll change your mind when I come and pick you up. Archer stared at the boy standing opposite, trying his best to keep his confusion from showing. The entire situation was rather bewildering for him, not to mention somewhat alarming as well. The notion that something had affected his spirit origin and altered his memories to hide his true name spoke of sabotage to make him an easier target. Even if his physical parameters remained unchanged, without a true name he would be unable to use his trump card. It was a small relief to hear he was not alone, but that gave way to another feeling. Something slightly more bitter, the notion that he would need to be supported in such a way because he was simply too weak. Even if he did not feel weak in the least, it was just the belief that he alone was not enough. A strong feeling as though his strength had always been enough for battles. No, it was that. A self-assurance in his own capabilities is a heroic spirit. He knew in his very soul that his strength was great, the singular knowledge that his legend was powerful. There was a great weight behind his name, even beyond his ability to know. Though that alone was not what lingered on his mind. It was the behavior of his master. His response to this nature was casual, alarmingly so. He did not appear old, but there was a doubtless feeling to them as though they had been through many battles. The sort that were not easily won. There was an experience in his eyes behind his blasé attitude to things. A smile on the outside but a wariness beneath. It was somewhat comforting that his master had not taken his words at face value. Polite enough to avoid calling him a liar to his face, but cautious enough to remain on guard. A welcome combination, if ever there was one. It was a concern he shared, neither of them were in favorable situations. His master was far from his allies and in the presence of an unknown servant, and he himself had been the victim of some manner of tampering with his mind. It was something that must have occurred during his summoning. he could not foresee himself falling victim to such an attack after he had been called forth. Perhaps some manner of third party had caused this. No, that should be a given. This was too well planned to have been a simple accident. His senses flared. Archer turned, his bow twisted in his hand as his free limb moved to knock an arrow. He felt the alarm of his master through the link. His combined attention fell to the bow of the ship. Archer squinted at the sudden magical presence he detected, much too weak to be that of a servant, but this malicious feeling they exuded. Space shimmered, hands broke through the planks of wood, skin rotting and decayed. The rest of his bodies were dragged forth from the depths of the ship. Had he failed to sense them before? How? He dragged themselves up. This aura, his nature. Could it be possible they were Vetala? A concerning feeling, and yet they felt too weak. Much too weak. He stared at them, hand still on his bowstring. The corpses pulled themselves from the ship, shambling forwards and grunting in wet gurgling sounds. Perhaps his master was saying something, but there wasn't anything that he heard. His eyes remained focused upon them. He was hesitating. Why? There wasn't an ounce of fear in his body. These things would perish with but a single string of his bow. In fact, he was certain that he needn't even knock an arrow to bring about the end of these corpses. So why was it that he was hesitating? Yes. There wasn't meaning behind it. Whether he defeated these creatures or not, whether they managed to defeat him or not, what meaning was there in this battle? There was none. It was a single meaningless conflict that would be washed away in the span of time. It would be without notice even after his summoning came to an end. He sensed no indication that he had ever been defeated in life. So what would this change? He was but a servant, his life had been and gone. This would change nothing in regards to his legend. So then, what was the value of it? Archer. The shout of his master. It was not one of reprimand, it had been less than a few seconds since the monsters emerged. It was a shout of concern. Perhaps they had misunderstood his hesitation when it came to the battle. It was possible, if a touch offensive. No, it was humiliating for him. But again, there was little meaning in this battle, the result changed nothing. No, if he did nothing then his master might perish. Not before he had his answers. Light sparkled, orbs of blue formed in the air, shimmering into the space between himself and the corpses. His aim turned, not onto the bodies but onto the first orb. A single arrow was flung from his bow as a streak of blue. It struck the orb, then ricocheted without losing speed. The arrow passed through the first corpse, tearing it apart, and then struck another orb, reflecting from that and then onto the next body, and the process repeated itself. In the span of a single second, the bodies dropped to the ground as little more than mangled lumps of rotting flesh. His senses remained tuned, yet nothing else emerged. Archer loosened his posture ever so slightly, regarding the bodies with an unblinking stare, then dismissed them entirely. As he suspected, he felt nothing from that victory. What value was there in such an easy task? Was this who he was? How empty. Archer turned himself about, facing his master and giving a single nod of the head. The enemies have been eliminated, master. Though I would remain on guard, they eluded me once before, so there is a chance they might appear. His master blinked at him, then looked at the bodies with a touch of awe, then back to him and nodded once. Well, you're definitely an archer. That was pretty quick. I don't think I even saw the arrow. Not even his genuine praise turned his heart. It was as though he had heard such things before. If you say so, master. Though I do not believe I did anything worthy of such a compliment. With a shrug, they made a noise as though they seemingly didn't believe his words. If you say so, but I'm just saying that it looked impressive to me. Then again, I'm sure that you do that often enough that it sort of becomes second nature to you, right? That is correct, or is how I feel at least. A hum and a nod. Makes sense. You know, I don't believe I've actually introduced myself yet. He had not, but he'd picked up on his name through conversations with his servants. It was either Senpei Ritsuka, or Ritsuka Senpei. Ritsuka Fujimaru. He introduced himself, stepping forwards and giving a short bow of the head. Nice to meet you, and I'll be in your care, Archer. He watched the move with a blank stare, privately wondering where the title of senpai came into effect. Though he was sure it wasn't any of his business, if that was his name then that was his name. I am afraid I do not have a name to give you back, Archer. His master merely hummed. Then we'll do this again once you remember it, does that sound alright? It is, acceptable. It would certainly be more polite for one thing. The notion of being unable to give his true name was rather problematic and not simply because it restricted him. This was another angle of it, he would be unable to give his name when it mattered for other reasons. Master looked pleased with the response, then another flicker of understanding flashed over his face as they brought up his left arm, glancing down at his wrist for some reason. Hang on, just need to check something, though it probably isn't going to work. A mutter, he touched his sleeve several times. Archer was left somewhat at a loss for words as he watched his assault against his clothes, as though they were expecting them to react. Romani. Director. Anyone. And they clearly can't hear me. With a shrug of the shoulders, Master dismissed whatever had pulled his attention and clapped his hands together, offering a thin smile in his direction. So, until everyone else gets here, do you have any idea what we should do? He gave a slow blink towards the boy. I was just going to stand here. Fair enough. Arjuna. Ending. You keep staring at the ocean, is there something you're seeing down there? Ash briefly hummed in response before he replied. You mentioned fishing before, I have been giving it some thought. He heard the grunt of interest from Nud, all but urging him to continue. I have come to the conclusion that it might well be a skill worth learning, though from what I have seen of the art, and what little I know, it involves standing around and staring at a string in the water until something bites it. The wet footsteps of Nud came to a rather abrupt halt. Ash ceased his own movements not soon after and turned his gaze onto the god, briefly frowning at the expression he noticed on the face of the man. Or, more specifically, lack thereof. Nud was just staring at him with a face devoid of any and all feeling. Have I said something incorrect? I am required to answer that question with a yes. Was the slow response he received, the gods sounding as though they were trying to form their words as delicately as possible. But if you were to describe fishing in the simplest of ways, then the answer would be no. What you have said is exactly how I would describe fishing, to a small child. Ash felt as though he should have been a touch more offended than he actually was. But he was quickly coming to the realization that his own experiences with things made his perspective no different from that of a child. Rather, it was the manner in which he was having to approach everything. As that of a child experiencing it all for the first time, which seemed to be the most efficient method possible. The explanations were much simpler and easy to follow. Fishing is, Nud trailed off, one hand on his hips while the other was brought up, twirling it around in a circle for a few moments before it halted. Fishing is a matter of patience and skill. There are all manner of factors which play into being able to catch the greatest fish. You need to know about the migration patterns of the fish, the seasons for which they come back to breed, which types of bait are the favorite of which species, the timing to ensure you don't lose the fish. Ash stared at them blankly. Nud, seeing this, stopped and dropped his raised arm down. It's more complicated than just throwing a tied-up worm into the water and then hoping for the best. Because if you tried something like that then the only thing you would be liable to catch would be the bears who came looking for the fish. A pause, then they added on. And bear meat doesn't taste very nice. They were assuming he would kill and attempt to eat the bear. They were correct to do so. He would probably attempt that, but it was good to be warned off before he made a fool of himself. Resuming his walk, Nud continued on with a light tone of voice. And, truthfully, it also depends upon the type of fish that you want as well. Then there's casing the environment because certain fish are liable to appear in certain streams as well. If a stream is too shallow then you aren't liable to get anything, or anything you do get is going to be very small. He raised a finger, smiling indulgently. Now lakes, on the other hand, are a much better source when it comes to fishing as there is usually a stable population. Though they do shift with the seasons, catching them during the summer is when they experience a population boom. But that can also be true of spring, but that's dependent on the species. His hands clapped together. All right, weather. The best time would actually be early morning if there is some light rain. Now, that might sound odd, but the key to that is the fact the rain is knocking the insects into the water and the fish know this, so they come up and prowl around the surface. Which means they are more vulnerable. Nud pointed at him, smiling in approval. Exactly. Now then, from that point. No, I cannot say that I have ever been struck by lightning before. Sigurd replied with an honest frown, rather perturbed by the sudden question. Not unless you count being struck by the miracles of the gods, but I do not believe the two can be held in equal with one another. At all. Astolfo just hummed and shrugged his shoulders in front of him. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. Getting struck by lightning is an unforgettable experience. I mean, I think it hurts like hell, but I can't tell you for sure. Sigurd furrowed his brows. You think? I don't like thinking, so I'm just going with what my gut says. The rider shot back without missing a beat. But even if I was struck by lightning, which I don't remember happening but am sure did happen, then it would definitely hurt. But it could also be like one of those weird pains that people enjoy. He felt as though his worldview was being expanded. When you say that people enjoy pain, what exactly do you refer to? Astolfo turned his head, blinking at him twice before letting out a whistle. Yikes, the throne really didn't fill you in at all. The modern world got really freaky when it comes to this sort of thing. You know what some of those modern humans are doing to themselves. He shook his head, not sure where this conversation was going. You know that some people now strangle each other. What? Yeah, it's true. With a sage nod of the head, they turned back around and hummed. It's pretty weird. They also tie people up as well. I think there is this one thing that involves whips and all, but that sort of branches into some real weirdos. I get this weird shiver when I think about the chains and whips though, like I had a bad experience with that stuff, or maybe it was just a weird one. Not sure, couldn't tell you. For that, my good man, I am rather pleased. Sigurd felt himself go a little lightheaded at the sudden conversation which veered into a topic he wasn't at all ready for. I cannot say I have ever given that sort of thing much thought. Do you think about it often? Again, I don't do a lot of thinking. Just go with the first thing that pops into my head. He replied without missing a beat. Then his head turned to the side. It's actually super freeing, not having to put loads of effort into thinking. You just go out and do something without worrying about the consequences until they slap you in the face, and then you can deal with those consequences later. Doesn't that sound rather careless? Maybe. A shrug of the shoulders. Not sure. The way I see it, the more time you spend worrying about something, the less time you spend actually doing it. Like, if I saw someone in trouble, I would just go and save them. I wouldn't think about doing it, because that would be taking time away which I could be using to save them. Sigurd blinked. That made a great deal of sense to him. I see. With another hum, he bobbed his head up and down as he considered his words, finding them to make a great deal more sense than before. So then, what are your instincts telling you about this archer fellow? Astolfo turned his head right the way around, shifting his body to gaze up at him in surprise. You're asking me that? I'm fine with it. If the guy wanted to hurt Master, then it would have made sense for them to do that already. I mean, sure they might be trying to trick us, but we can deal with that bridge when we get to it. Looking gift horses in the mouth and all that. Again, it made sense. Well, I suppose I will save my judgment for when I meet them. He replied rather swiftly, pulling a smile behind his helmet as he stared down at the young man. I'm afraid I like to do a bit of thinking when the going gets tough. I spent much too long rushing headlong into problems and needing others to rescue me from them. Rather than look offended, Astolfo just nodded his head. Hey, I get that. Not thinking is pretty hard. It takes a lot of effort to just do things and not think about them. You always have to work on not thinking. They pointed to themselves. It's easier for me because I've got no sense of reason, but not everyone else has that, so they'd really struggle. But if you want to do the thinking, then I'll let you do it for me. That's what I did for the other paladins. Sigurd chuckled. Not to worry. I shall do more than enough thinking for the pair of us. Yeah, I never have to think about anything ever again when I'm with you. Thinking sucks. I hate thinking. Their enthusiasm was infectious, even if it was rather disturbing. Almost got it, Ritska muttered, leaning further over the edge and reaching his free hand out. Wincing for a second, then turning towards Archer as he held his other arm in a secure grip. Loosen me up a second, gonna try and have another whoa. He gasped, jerking slightly as the boat rocked, thankfully not tumbling over the side and into the ocean. He had the grip of Archer to thank for that. The boat tilted onto the starboard, he stumbled backwards a couple steps before catching himself. Waiting until the boat dropped back down and stabilized. I believe that loosening my hold would be a rather poor move on my part, Master. Archer stoically responded a moment later. Don't try and put yourself in harm, Senpai. Mash called up from her small dinghy. Ritska turned his eyes back to her as the boat leaned port. He stared down at the girl as she reached up with her own hand, fingers just gracing across the tips of his. I can probably manage it by myself. Nah, this is easier. He cut her off with a smile. Also, it might have been some element of personal pride talking, but Mash was always going out of her way to do this sort of thing for him. It felt right for him to at least do the same for her once or twice. Make everything even between the two of them. Hang on, biting his lower lip, he pushed off the side of the ship and reached his arm towards her, clasping her wrist with his hand in as tight a hold he could manage. Got you. All right, AR. The servant didn't even wait for him to finish. The moment he heard the first words, he was already pulling him onto the deck of the ship. Ritska released a small noise of surprise at the ease at which Archer pulled both himself and Mash onto the deck of the ship, along with the infallible rubber boat that Mash had been riding upon. He didn't even blink as he came face to face with the eyes of the raft. Thanks for the lift, Archer. Getting his arm back, he helped Mash fully onto the boat, earning a brief grunt of affirmation from the servant in question as he aided the girl away from the edge, just in case the boat was rocked by more stormy seas. How are you feeling, Mash? I'm all right, Senpai, Mash exhaled, smiling at him before her eyes switched onto Archer, then stepped forwards and bowed her head. Thank you for protecting Senpai in my stead. I can only apologize for you needing to do so in the first place. Archer regarded the girl with a stray glance, then hummed. You do not need to thank me for such a thing. Protecting one's master is the basic nature of a servant. If I failed in such a task, then I would be undeserving of being summoned in the first place. Folding his arms, his gaze was cast back to the raft with an unblinking nature to it. Now that you are here, you might redeem whatever faults you believe yourself to have made. To Ritska, it just sounded like he was telling her not to blame herself in a runabout way. Which was nice of them. Yes, Mash responded, then raised her head back up before she paused, squinting her eyes at Archer for a few moments and rolling her lips. Turning towards him, she took a step closer and dropped her voice into a whisper. Senpai, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to explain it, but Archer feels as though he should be someone very important. He raised a brow. Yeah, Archer said the same thing. You mean like them being a really famous heroic spirit then, right? Exactly. Her confirmation was followed by a puzzled frown. But that just makes this seem very strange, Senpai. I'm not sure how a servant with this sort of feeling would be able to forget what happened to them in the first place or why they would be summoned by you. Quote. Not that I'm saying you wouldn't be able to summon really famous servants. You really can. You have King Arthur and Jeanne d'Arc, so it's just because of where they were summoned rather than. He hastily brought his hands up and waved her down before she could get too into it. You don't need to go through all of that, Mash. I know what you meant. Nodding his head to the servant in question, he continued on. Me and Archer thought it was pretty weird as well, given that I don't remember summoning him. Archer raised his voice. I believe that it is possible I was summoned by another who was not familiar with the mystical arts. This could lead to a failure in my manifestation which concealed my true name, or it perhaps relates to some manner of legend regarding my identity. He ventured, bringing a hand up and gazing down at his gloved palm. Ritska blinked, then turned on Mash. Is that a thing that can happen to servants? Mash frowned, then rolled her jaw from side to side. I am not sure, senpai. It could be possible for a servant to forget their true name if it was related to a very important part of their legend, but it was said that Sigurd also lost his memories of Brynhildr, but he remembered her when they met during the Singularity, so. A noise came from Archer. Brynhildr and Sigurd, the servant frowned, then moved his palm to cup his chin. Sigurd, the king of warriors, I believe that I might have had some manner of encounter with a king in the past. Or perhaps multiple kings. His eyes closed, a sigh escaped them. It is difficult to explain. But I believe that my legend involves royalty of some form. Ritska hummed. That would narrow it down, I think. Not as much as I would believe, given that there are doubtless many heroic spirits related to monarchies. Archer replied quickly, but not unkindly, rather he sounded somewhat exhausted, shaking his head, his focus moved away from the inflatable raft and back onto him. I will continue to think on this, but I know I have experience with kings. There was another option. I take it you couldn't contact Chaldea. He turned on Mash, the girl shook her head from side to side. If they couldn't contact Chaldea on either end, then there was no telling what was going on or if he could even summon a servant down here in the first place. He wasn't able to do so during the events in London. Calling forth Jean just to have her serve as the equivalent of an ID check also felt rather insulting to her. The other option was Ash, however. Ash's brain was crammed full of just about every piece of information, according to the Avenger himself, which meant that asking them to look for something would either take a couple of seconds or could stretch on for hours. That was if they were even able to remember it in the first place. Having knowledge was not the same as recalling it. No, he wouldn't do something like that with Ash. If they did recognize Archer immediately, then that was fine, but at the moment there was no reason to force the matter. The servant hadn't done anything to put him on edge, not all that much. Though there was the incident earlier which had caught his eye, but there was little reason to push that at the moment. Not until he was sure. The pillar of water rose like an elevator. Ritska could only stare dumbfounded as both Ash and Nud stepped off the block and onto the boat, then watched as it dispersed, falling back into the ocean like a popped water balloon. His eyes remained on the spot they had come from, then drifted back to the pair of servants before he nodded to them. How was the trip then? Ash was the first to respond. Long. Though it gave me the opportunity to learn of some insightful lessons when it comes to fishing, it would appear as though it is far more complicated than I was initially led to believe. Though Nud has since informed me of the many skills required to make a decent fisherman. I will endeavor to train with them until I am at an acceptable level. Ritska blinked, then shared a glance with Mash before turning back to the Avenger. He wasn't entirely sure what he was supposed to make of that, but it sounded as though he was interested in it. So he was happy. Well, as long as you're committed. It does tie into your cooking teachings as well though, doesn't it? Nodding his head, Ash grunted. It does. Though I believe it will be some time before I am capable of making something edible for humans. By comparing my abilities at making vegetable dishes with the art of fishing, I believe that the only ones who could eat my food are Sif and Fu. Fu. Ritska blinked, turning his head down and then raising a brow as the small furry animal just sort of appeared by the feet of Mash. His gaze turned up to the girl as she made a small noise. Sorry, senpai. I forgot to mention that Fu snuck in with me again. I was worried about you so I forgot to mention it. I think Fu accompanying us and then just vanishing and appearing is sort of a given for him. He glanced down at the animal, then raised a brow at the almost insulted feeling that the small creature gave off in response to the words of Ash, something the servant clearly noticed as well, given he was frowning back at the animal, visibly confused as to what they were angry about. Talk of the cooking aside. Nud cleared his throat and put on a smile, stepping forwards and moving across towards Archer. You must be this mystery servant we have heard of. It is a pleasure to meet you, lad. You can call me Saber. Archer turned to them, then leaned back and pinched his brows. This feeling from you, could it be that perhaps you are? I have some relation to the gods, yes. Nud responded rather simply. Ritska fought back the urge to guffaw at his words. Relation to the gods, indeed. That being said, he noticed that Nud didn't give his true name. It was a relatively smart thing for him to do, were it not for the fact that he was sure that they had all been using their true names through the mental link, so even if they didn't hear it from the mouth of the man himself, he was sure that Archer knew who Nud was in the first place. Much the same as you, it seems. Nud continued on, something that immediately caught the ear of Ritska. Whipping his head to the saber and blinking twice, he noticed and turned on him, jerking his head to Archer. There's a strong feeling of divinity from this one, a rather strong tie with his godly parent, but I could not tell you which one. It is not one familiar with either of myselves. Archer looked rather unsurprised by the news, which only prompted them to frown and glance down at themselves. That news does not strike me as odd. How strange, but clearly I know much of my past, merely the details of it are lost to me. Perhaps it is a matter of interest in reclaiming such things. That was rather troubling to hear. What do you mean by that? The frown from Archer only deepened in response to his question. I am not entirely sure myself, Master. Merely that I do not feel this strong urge to reclaim my identity, truth be told. I understand the value of it from a strategic outlook, but on a personal level, I hold no true motivation for finding it again. Do you feel some sense of shame in life? Ash stepped forwards, putting forth his own question on the matter. His eyes traced the Archer up and down, squinting for a second before he grunted. I do not immediately recognize you, but given time I should have some method of determining who you are. Ritska glanced at the blonde. Is that really all right, Ash? A shrug of the shoulders. It is wiser to know than not to know. Though it will take time, without a name to call upon, I am resorted to looking through every ounce of information regarding someone with his physical characteristics. Taking into account I am looking through two worlds, I apologize that I have nothing for your immediate knowledge. Don't push yourself, all right? He grimaced. I can't really tell you not to, but I don't want you to be throwing all your effort into trying to track something down like this. Not with any problems that might arise. Ash's eyes briefly flickered away, then a hum came from his throat. I will endeavor to be more careful. With a single glance left in the direction of the Archer, he strode off to the bow of the ship and folded his arms, gazing across the horizon while leaving Ritska with the impression he wasn't actually looking at anything. When Archer spoke again, it was in a measured tone of voice. I am afraid that I cannot answer that question. Not completely. I believe that in life I belonged to a caste of warriors and was skilled within that group. I can state with absolute certainty that I was possibly an undefeated warrior during my life. That definitely sounded like a boast, but the confidence behind the words of the servant made it feel as though they were speaking the truth. And yet, Archer rolled his lips. The notion of reclaiming my identity brings me no personal feelings on the matter. I do not believe that I lived a shameful life and there was much I did that should bring pride. Yet, it is odd, there is no personal incentive for me beyond ensuring I function completely as a servant. Ritska felt himself slightly put off by the words of the servant. He didn't feel as though they had done anything shameful, yet they didn't feel a personal need to reclaim their identity. The idea that they just didn't care briefly struck him, but for someone who had all the sort of confidence and skill that Archer wielded, that seemed to be a rather bizarre thing. Especially if they were a heroic spirit, but he thought more on their words from earlier and their actions. His minute hesitance for battle and blowing off his praise. Could it be that Archer had no sense of fulfillment with his life? Possible, but that didn't feel like a complete answer to him. Are you sure, Archer-san? Mash's words brought his attention back to the present, the girl looking rather troubled. Does your true name really not interest you at all? Aren't you curious about who you were in life, especially if you were so skilled? Archer remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. I cannot say it interests me. Whether I remember my identity or not, I am certain that the result will remain the same. Whatever enemy I face will be defeated, perhaps that is the problem. There is nothing that matters between my name and my actions. They will happen regardless. They dropped his arms to his side and made a small noise. I do not care. Ritska blinked, then gestured to them. What about your own life? Don't you care about that? The silence was deafening. With a slight turn of the head, he regarded him for a short moment before shaking his head from side to side. It is difficult to admit this, but that is true as well. Had it not been for the fact you were present as well, I have little doubt I would have abandoned the battle earlier. For one who carries their head so high, you seem to value it very lightly. Nud's words brought his attention to the saber. The man folded his arms, gazing at Archer with a blank stare. Yet there is something more than that, you value your oath strongly. More so than your own life, else you would have abandoned the boy. Perhaps you have no value in your own life, but you still value your actions. Archer paused, turning to the saber. My actions. No, that is merely the duty of a servant. It should be expected of them to attend their master, and yet, the thought of abandoning master, even if we did not know one another, to their face was not one that even occurred. Rather, it would have been impossible for me to abandon them. Ritska opened his mouth to reply, only to pause when something crackled through the mental link. Turning from the others, he brought his hand to his head, nursing his temples as the static sound cut through his mind before clearing out. Hey, master. Astolfo's voice came through, but what concerned him was the nature of it. There was a touch of nervousness in his voice. Me and Sigward are sensing something, and Hippo-kun is acting a bit nervous now. I think there might be a servant coming close to our location, but I can't see anything. Ritska frowned, turning his eyes onto the sky and frowning at the storm, still unable to see them through the storm clouds. Hurry back to us, quick as you can. His alarm was troubling, combined with the hippogriff being worried as well. None of it spelled anything good. Turning to the others, he raised his hand. All right, everyone get ready. Astolfo and Sigward will be coming in soon, and they're a little worried they might be bringing company. A brief instant. That was all it was, but he noticed it. The single second in which the attention of the servants was not upon him, but rather something behind and above him. Their bodies instantly flew into states of alertness. Ritska paused at their movements, namely that of Archer, who had strung out his bow within the span of a single second, bringing it up and all but glaring at something just behind him. He paused, then turned his head around, turning his eyes up and staring at what had attracted the attention of everyone. They were a pale-skinned man, dressed in a dark skin-tight suit, covered with plates of golden armor. The most striking of which were the twin discs which seemed to hover above his shoulders, each being made up of 3 sections, a disc in the center flanked by curved spiked brackets which did not connect in the least, yet remained close together as though they were. In the very center of the man's chest, placed in his skin itself, was a large oval red jewel. Twin eyes of azure blue stared down at him. Though there was nothing in their gaze that appeared hostile, it felt as though it was a gaze that would pierce right through him. He hadn't felt so exposed in a long time. With tall bleached white hair reached for the sky, spiked in differing places and appearing a mixture of unkempt and well-groomed, if such a thing was possible. From behind the man billowed a fiery cloth, whipping in the wind like an inferno, its shape changing from moment to moment. Ritska found himself rather alarmed with the sudden appearance of the servant at the wheel of the ship, namely because there had been no indication of where they were and how they got there in the first place. Had they been here the whole time? The servant moved, slow and patient steps which thudded. Rain hissed as it lapped against the skin of the servant, indicating the sheer difference in them from their surroundings. I apologize for interrupting your plans, but I am afraid that I could no longer hold my tongue. With a quiet voice, the servant spoke up as they moved to the steps leading down to the main deck, but not quite taking the first one. Instead they remained at the summit. His eyes lingered upon him for a moment, then turned away and onto those behind him, or rather onto a single person in particular. If you will permit me the chance to speak, though I will intend to do so regardless. They were, certainly polite. All right. Closing his eyes, he inclined his head slightly. My thanks, I realize this request might seem sudden and my presence would be alarming. Indeed, I can sense Rider of Black closing in, thus I shall make this quick. Opening his eyes once more, he turned his sight onto Archer. I must counter your words. You are not one who is unafraid of death with no value in your life, Archer. With a quiet intensity to his voice, he continued onwards. It is merely that, in this summoning, you have not yet seen death nor experienced it for yourself. The version of you that is here, holds the memories of battle without the experience that comes with it. For you, who achieved such glory in life with neither trial nor effort, it can be said that this is the culmination of that philosophy. Ritska turned his eyes onto Archer, narrowing them slightly at the look the servant was giving the new arrival. What, did you? That is the simple truth that stands before me, Archer. Without giving any indication he heard them, the servant spoke once more. You have grown tired of life as there has been no experience which truly challenged your being. Where others strive for betterment in the face of adversity, you merely overcame it as a hero endowed with strength and skill from your very birth. You, who are, your face. That, at least, confirmed that the two of them knew one another. Though from the look Archer was giving them, he was venturing towards the possibility that this was not a friendly encounter between them, though the servant in front of him was still remaining polite in the face of obvious hostility. With a sigh, the servant shook his head. What I see before me is desperation, Archer. One who holds the knowledge but not the passion. You have a low opinion of your own existence because of your own strength. This path you are threatening to walk, it is not one that I shall allow. He took a single step forwards, steps thudding as he descended down each wooden board, his eyes never once leaving Archer. Indeed, there is one existence in this world that I cannot accept. The one that I know in my heart I must fight and see you overcome. Watching you fall to this version of yourself is infuriating, it is something that cannot happen. A groan from Archer, Ritska backed up several steps which went ignored by the pale-skinned man. Moving towards Archer, the tanned man grasping at the front of his head, nursing a headache. Does the truth hurt you, Bowman? Coming to a halt at the foot of the steps, the pale man narrowed his gaze. Harming you with words is not my intent, but if that is the only way you might remember the truth of your existence, then I shall accept that as a consequence of them. As you are now, is someone that cannot be tolerated. Neither by myself, nor by those who fought by your side. Ritska didn't see it, but he felt it. Archer's head snapped up, a flash of blue light rocketed forwards and then pranged into the air. The pale man held a spear in his grasp, or rather it seemed to be a spear. Rather than any ordinary diamond shape, the spear was instead forged into a shape similar to that of a sun, made of many spokes for the rays of light, the longest of which at the very top of the spear, serving as the thrusting point. His eyes snapped up, watching the arrow fired from Archer shoot harmlessly into the air. Archer! Mash's alarmed cry ran through the air, followed swiftly by the cool words of the lancer. Is that the best your endowed strength will allow? A wild and crude shot. With silent judgment, the servant lowered his spear. Then I suggest you restring your bow, the next shot might well be your last, if this is how you intend to do battle with me. Archer! Ritska turned on the servant, what are? Master. Archer spoke a single word, all but silencing him. His eyes never once being removed from the lancer as his hand moved to the string of his bow once more, knocking yet another arrow into it. I cannot explain it. I do not understand it, but I know in my very soul. That man who stands before me. He is the one man I absolutely cannot accept. He did not raise his voice, but he did not need to. The anger burned brightly in his eyes. Oh, is that some light in your eyes, Bowman? Ritska turned back to Lancer as he lowered his spear, a hint of a smile on his face. That is indeed more like it. A strong fury, a righteous anger against that which you cannot accept. A malevolence against such things that could shoot down even the sun. Indeed, that is what I expect from you. That is who you are supposed to be. With a twirl of the spear, the servant assumed a stance. Hold nothing back, Bowman. Loosen your arrows without reservation, for I shall hold none of my own strength back. Ritska very quickly got the idea that violence was about to. A shape blurred past him, he had a fraction of a second, if that, to recognize that it was Ash midway through a sword swing before the world caught up with him. The world froze, Ash and Lancer collided, the impact of their strike deafened his ears, the boat under them split in half from the shockwave, a clean line ripping right through the deck of the ship, the boat crumpled inwards, his legs slipped out from underneath him, and had it not been for Mash grabbing him by the collar, he was sure it wouldn't have been good. He knew this was a strong foe. He did not know their name, nor their legend, but he knew there was something strong about them. Yet despite that feeling, he could not place why he thought as such. From the very moment he swung his sword down into the Lancer servant, they blocked his strike without putting in any visible effort. A concern as he had both size and power on his side, everything he knew told him that he should have bowled the servant over. Wood shattered around them, the ship did not survive their clash, splinters blew past his face as he peered down into the gaze of Lancer. They met his eyes without blinking, twisting his body about and sweeping his leg into his chin, turning back around. He caught the spear below the head, pulling forwards and thrusting for them. He ducked, the spear ignited with flames and instantly forced his hand from it. Not through the heat, but the physical power of the now burning lance shunted his hand from the shaft. The boat fell away beneath him, he pushed off, sending his body skywards while drawing his left arm back. Fire coated around his palm, the orb settled into his grasp. He swung down, hurling the bolt of black flames for the servant. Their divinity was an eyesore for him. Barely a flicker of light from Lancer, they rocketed into the air in the split second before the attack landed. The orb punched clean through the boat and erupted beneath the ship. The hull buckled and rippled, pulled apart from the explosion and ballooning outwards. Burning debris was hurled past his face. His mind caught up with what he just did. His eyes snapped onto the direction where Ritska had been, feeling a brief pang of relief when he saw that they were already being carried to safety by Nud, the pillar of water lifting the trio of Mash, Nud and Ritska into the air, though there was no sign of Archer. A fighter with no concern for their allies is a greater foe than the enemy. Ash whipped to the speaker, swinging up. Spears made of scarlet energy slammed into his body, exploding on contact and blinding his world with light. He swung up all the same, a ray of light belched from his sword, sweeping up and cleaving through smoke and cloud alike, unveiling the Lancer as they hovered in the air above him. A flicker of scarlet danced between his fingers as they swept his hand forwards. More of those same spears formed and rocketed towards him. Drawing back his sword, he thrust forwards and fired another arrow of light from the tip of the blade. The armor plates of Lancer rolled in the air, sweeping down from his shoulders and directly in front of them. In the instant before he was bombarded with the spears of red, he watched his own attack shatter off the golden armor without leaving so much as a scratch. Goo! A grunt forced its way from him, carried down into the water by the barrage and splashing into the stormy waves. It was barely even a single moment that he was held there. Mana surged from his body, the explosion ripped a pocket from the water, his body propelled itself upwards like a rocket and towards Lancer once more, upon the servant within a fraction of a second and hammering into them. Sword and spear met with a screech of steel, the servant parried him to the side, his momentum carried him over the top of the Lancer. His hand blurred out, throwing out another splash of fireballs at the Lancer. Brilliant flames of orange engulfed the pale-skinned man, rushing outwards and forming a barrier between the black flames and the servant. Burning them away before reaching him, the Lancer shot forwards, matching his speed and thrusting for his head. The blow struck his guard, his bones protested the sheer strength behind the thin man. A grunt, he swung out and twisted himself around, riding in the air so they were no longer upside down. Bringing his sword above his head and swinging down, Lancer blocked the falling blow with the shaft of his spear, yet the strength blasted them straight down into the ocean with a mushrooming explosion of steam and scalding water. Hovering in the air for a moment, he called forth his reality marble. A whirlwind formed under his feet and kept him in the air. The howling vortex screeched as it caught the water in its hold. To the outside world it would have looked as though the water itself was holding him aloft. His eyes narrowed down at the bubbling mass where Lancer had been knocked down, watching the steam rise with greater intensity. The surface erupted as a geyser, the Lancer flew from the ocean as a burning meteor and slammed into him. The vacuum formed around them, without sound or air, a brief orb of absolutely nothing from his clash, then the blast of sound rushed through his ears as the force carried them both higher and higher into the sky. Light danced across his sword, bleached white leapt from the blade as a crescent and flowed for the Lancer, A swing of their spear split the gleaming curve in half and followed through with a thrust. The weapon clanged off the angled sword, pushing past and scraping over his shoulder. He swung back, a fist hammered home into the gut of Lancer and sent them plummeting back towards the ground. Mana burst from behind Ash and sent him following after them. Black flames sprung from his grasp, chasing the Lancer down further towards the ocean. Lancer twisted, sweeping a trail of fire behind their spear. A wall of orange formed between the two of them, the black flames bursting upon impact and clearing the path between them. Ash burst through and slammed down into the raised spear of the Lancer, the two of them meeting for a fraction of an instant before they carried down into the ocean. He knew not what kept Lancer afloat, but for Ash it was his own magical energy that roared and kept him above the surface of the waves. The ocean bubbled underfoot as the pair raced across the waters. Each clash of their weapons sent tidal waves crashing away from them, sweeping great walls of water into the air. A thrust met the floating shoulder guard. Lancer surged further backwards with a grunt as Ash accelerated forwards, following the attack through and instead sweeping out his left hand. An explosion of pure darkness sprung from his open palm. The form of Lancer was obscured for a brief instant. A flash of gold, then the sun-headed spear shot forth from the flames and towards his head. Raising his hand, he frowned as the tip of the spear burst through his palm, but that was acceptable. His fingers wrapped around the head of the weapon and pulled upwards, yanking it away from his face and locking it still. His sword swung across, cleaving through the flames and striking the Lancer just below his ribs. The resistance he met from their body was greater than he expected. It was a blow that, by all rights, shouldered and split them in half. Yet it was akin to striking solid steel. Lancer winced in pain as the blow cut perhaps an inch into their chest before it battered them away from Ash, whipping the spear free of his hand in the process. Lancer skidded twice across the surface of the ocean before righting themselves, twisting about and facing him. An advantage against those blessed by the gods. I see. You are a dangerous foe indeed. The comment lacked any sense of urgency, but the weight behind it told Ash something else. Indeed, it seems as though there is more than one foe. Yet your eyes, a frown creased Lancer's face for a fraction of a second. How empty indeed. I am troubled by your lack of passion, but perhaps we all have our own reasons for fighting. It is wrong to judge others by my own standards, but as a fellow heroic spirit, it is odd. Ash pinched his brows for a half-second, then dismissed the words. His hand thrust straight down. Fingers burst through the ocean and unleashed the spell. The waters around the Lancer bubbled and hissed. A fraction of a second later and they erupted like geysers, ripping apart as the pillars of flame surged into the skies and straight past the Lancer, yet the servant displayed an alarming level of agility. Twisting and turning, Lancer avoided being caught by the chaos flames. Perhaps an instinctive alarm to their nature. Lancer jerked to a halt, then gripped his spear with both hands and swung with a cry. The air buffeted from the spear, the pillars of fire shattered from the shockwave of the blow, a crackle of red light and Ash swung his eyes up, then skidded backwards and avoiding being caught in the rain of spears once more. His eyes flinched back as the world in front of him exploded in a mixture of scarlet and steam. Yet he sensed the servant still. Galvatine roared, bleached white sprung from the sword as he brought up his left hand once more. Flames condensed in his palm, forming a sphere in his grasp before he pulled it across and swung outwards. The orb grew larger in a second, smaller spheres orbiting around it as it burst through the steam cloud and dragged itself along to the other side, meeting a target and exploding upon contact with whatever lay beyond. The burst of light and power blew aside the debris and sent scalding water hurtling into the sky. A shadow burst from the center of the flames, the golden shoulder pauldrons flipped around and revealed the Lancer, minor burns but otherwise unharmed. Some manner of defense. He had barely a moment to consider that before Lancer was upon him, swinging up and catching his guard. Ash was punted into the air with Lancer giving chase. With a grunt, he took in a deep breath before he opened his mouth and breathed. The purple cloud of dense smog belched from the back of his lungs and into the open. Lancer, ignorant of the cloud of poison, charged right into the thick of it. Ash carried himself backwards and called the power of the storm to keep himself afloat once more, but it was much less controlled than the Lancer's own flight. Bringing his sword up, He gripped it with both hands as the stream of light from the blade tripled in size. He moved forwards and started to swing the blade across. The cloud of poison burst into flames. He had barely a second to recover from the wave of heat before a kick hammered into his gut, forcing him away from the Lancer and rapidly towards the ocean. His eyes narrowed as Lancer pushed themselves back. The sun-carved spear in their hand exploded with power, burning red-hot as flames rippled across the length of the golden metal. Drawing his arm back, Lancer swung forth while crying out, "Brahmastra Kundala!" The spear exploded, a wall of flames fell from the sky as the spear dropped like a meteor. But that was not all, a name exploded. Both in his mind and in the world. Ka-Urna. A streak of blue light burned a hole clean through the wall, reaching right up towards the Lancer and engulfing them in an explosion of azure. Ash blinked as he fell, turning his eyes as the archer rushed for the sky, their bow glowing bright with power. The fragmented noble phantasm fell like rain around him. Ash jerked, something slammed into his body and caught him by the shoulder. His head turned, meeting the one who grabbed him. Pale, taloned fingers wrapped around his arm. His head turned straight onwards, a brief hiss as a large eagle face dropped, looking at him upside down, soon joined by a grinning pink face. Told you. That name. That face. He knew who they were. He knew exactly who they were, that spearman whom he could not abide. Arjuna. He burst from the result of his attack, without even a scratch on their body, darting through the skies and moving towards him, their spear flung back into their hand as they swung down with all their might, their weapon powered by a jet of fire. The bow in his hand glowed, a cobalt light draped across the weapon like a blanket, sweeping it upwards and meeting the spear head-on. Neither one of them gave an inch of ground. Neither him, nor the spearman bearing down on him. But that was how it should be. That was how this was meant to be. He wanted to win. He needed to win. This need which had been absent from him since the moment of his summoning, this empty feeling that was replaced with a single desire. It was not just the urge to win and claim a victory, it was the urge to claim a victory over this man. Not just any victory. It needed to be one that could not be doubted, a total victory where he bested his opponent completely. An explosion broke them apart, the forces sent them flying at least a dozen meters away from one another, but he was already moving. The string of his bow danced, arrows hurried from the weapon and into Karna, who was as skilled as he remembered. Which was perfect, he would never be satisfied if they were not fighting at their complete strength. Weaving through the sky, they avoided his arrows, blocking those that came close but bearing the price for such moves. Their body shunted with each blow they received, screeched through the air as light struck their shield. Turning on him, their hand glowed with light, something he was already prepared for. Arjuna twisted, throwing himself to the side and turning his gaze upwards. The arrow launched from the bow, ricocheting from the orbs of blue, forming a single beam as it reflected across the space above his head, the glowing spears of light shredded in explosions of scarlet light, never once reaching him. Another turn, the next arrow was hurried along. You fight with your passion now, Arjuna. The voice of Karna echoed across the sky, sounding only slightly fatigued, the only evidence of their battle at all. He truly hated their stoic face when it came to conflict, the image of a warrior who remained unbroken regardless of whatever they fought against. Your eyes burn with a desire to strike me down. However, you know as well as I that such a gaze is worthless if it cannot hold itself true. A flash of red in the distance, his head whipped around, already drawing forth another arrow. His senses screamed as the voice came clear-cut, the flash of red centered on the gaze of Karna, their right eye burning like a sun upon their pupil. If you cannot kill with it. The air screeched, a high-pitched whistle as the stream of crimson rocketed past his head. Only the last-second reflexes had saved him from taking the blow to the head, but he still felt the heat of the gaze, the hiss of his skin boiling under the intense pressure. Ducking low, he accelerated towards the ground, drumming his fingers along the string of his bow. Arrow after arrow swerved through the air to Karna. The Lancer turned, the burning gaze swept across the barrage, scattering his arrows amidst an explosion of azure and rose. The mixing colors splashed against one another. The beam of light cut through the waters of the ocean, steam billowed from the impact, the line of hissing smoke rose from the ocean before it cut short with a final splendid detonation. But that was not the end. Karna emerged from the cloud of light, charging forth like a falling meteor towards him. "Show me that you are back, Arjuna." Karna. The bow in his hands roared, light billowed from the weapon, streaks of blue arched through the sky as they jumped from his weapon and onto the lancer. They powered through the explosions, bit by bit the damage accumulated, their pale white skin scorched with bruises, cuts and burns by the time they reached him. He saw their arm coil back, not their spear but their fist. A clear challenge, one he would not back down from. His hand burned with light, flashes of blue danced across his hand as he reached for the skies, propelling himself to meet the charge of Karna head-on. Ha! A scream left their lips, the both of them. His arm swung with all his might, slamming into Karna's own punch. Space rippled between the two of them, the shock traveled through his arm as he held the blow for as long as he could. Fires burned through the both of them, both blue and golden. Neither one backed down, yet he felt his lips pull higher and higher. The smile he wore was matched only by the grin on the face of Karna. He did not even care when they shock moved through his arm. The cloth that covered it tore asunder. His flesh soon followed, the explosion shredded his right arm. He recoiled backwards as the limb was blown from his body amidst a shower of flame and blood. A brief stench of burning met his nose but was deftly ignored. Not least of all because he watched the damage replicated upon Karna. His arm exploded, the force blew everything from their elbow down completely from their body. Not even a single gasp escaped the servant as they flew backwards, though their expression tightened as the only measure of pain. He caught himself in the air, his teeth moved to draw his bow. He halted. Arjuna narrowed his gaze. Karna made no effort to do anything else. That was wrong, they were not the sort to be patient for a plan. They would have charged forwards the moment they collected themselves, and yet they remained there. Doing nothing more than gazing down at him. What were they? "I must apologize, it seems as though this is the end of our bout." Arjuna's mind ground to a halt. At. Golden lights peeled away from Karna, their apologetic expression remained as well as the agitation in their gaze. "It was selfish of me to engage you when I had no chance of giving you the fight you deserved, that we both wished fulfilled, but it was necessary to ensure you recalled who you truly were. You." His words caught on his lips, frustration welled within him as he swung his bow arm down. There was nothing he could say that would capture the immense anger he felt in this one moment, thus he settled for merely glaring at Karna, watching as their body broke apart from a lack of magical energy. Again. Once again. This is not a victory," he declared after a moment, fighting back his emotions and drawing his expression blank. "Merely a reschedule. We shall fight again. When that happens, do not engage me unless you can fight with all your strength." Karna, infuriatingly enough, had the nerve to smile back at him. Of course, such a thing should go without saying. I, as well, am rather frustrated, but it seems my eagerness got the better of me. How shameful, but perhaps it is better for us to fight again, at a time when we can truly use all our powers. His eyes pulled from him, glancing down at something behind. I believe your master would make a worthy witness for that clash. Though it might be too far for me to say this, I believe they are a master worthy of your contract. Perhaps that is why they appeared at this moment, but that is neither here nor there. Arjuna kept silent, but nodded his head. Until we meet again, Karna. I shall await the day with bated breath, Arjuna. His body faded with that final comment, leaving him alone in the sky with nothing more than the parting clouds above his head. A wince as the sunlight broke through the gray, he stared at the horizon, the dawning sun as the storm settled. Ritska stared up at Archer as they lowered themselves back to ground level, or ocean level as it were. The platform made by Nud proved to be rather fitting for this sort of thing. The servant showed no indication that they were in any pain, despite the fact they were missing their right arm. I believe that we might have the chance to reintroduce ourselves, Master. Archer spoke first, inclining their head and dismissing their bow. I am Arjuna, servant Archer. Ritska watched them for a moment longer, then smiled back to them. Ritska Fujimaru. Nice to meet you again, Arjuna. His eyes flickered back to the wound, bringing up a hand and gesturing to them. He barely managed to get a word out before Astolfo blurted out. "That was totally amazing. No wonder you're a match for Lancer of Red." The rider all but exclaimed, looping an arm around the neck of Ash and dragging them down, pointing rather excitedly at the archer. "Did you see all that with the explosions? And neither of them really used their noble phantasms either. I mean, Vasavi Shakti was pretty scary when it was pointed at me and it technically wasn't pointed at me." Ritska had no idea what they were saying, but it sounded like another of those previous encounters. Certainly enough for Arjuna to immediately zero in on the rider with an intensity in their gaze which had been missing before. "Vasavi, you saw Karna fight someone and bring that weapon forth. We know. This is not the time for that." Closing their eyes, they stepped backwards and took in a deep breath, their gaze switched back to him. "My apologies for that display, Master. It was merely that." Arjuna was cut off when Ritska raised his hands. "I should be the one apologizing. You took off into the air and then, well," Ritska's face turned downcast for a moment. "I wasn't able to get anyone to you quick enough." Astolfo was coming back around but Arjuna had remained silent until that point, but Ritska saw a flicker of something in his eyes all but demanded he stopped speaking. "That is not the case. Merely that, I know that request seems improper, but it was for the best that I face him alone. I would have been troubled if I received aid during that battle. It might well be, no, it certainly is, a selfish request, but that is the one man whom I must absolutely defeat with my own two hands." Ritska rolled his jaw, feeling a touch of unease within himself before he gave a single nod of the head. "I'm going to assume it is one of those fated rivalry things then. I can't say I'd like the idea of leaving you alone to fight, but if it's against him then I can make an exception if that's what you really want. Does that mean you're going to stick around with us then?" Another beat of silence, then the servant nodded once more. "Yes, Master. That was good. That was actually very good." His eyes glanced in the direction of Ash. The saber pulled themselves free of the hold from the rider and grunted lightly, wiping himself down before turning to him, briefly pausing and offering a grimace. "I apologize about the boat. Just be more careful next time." He waved them off, then reached for his communicator. "Now then, let's see if we can't call Chaldea now. I get the feeling that this went way off base for all of them." Sure enough, the communicator hummed to life. "Fujimaru-kun. Thank goodness we finally got through to you, but it looks like the minute singularity is starting to fade away. What happened down there?" He made a small noise. "Long story. Tell you about it when we get back. Bad news, we couldn't pick up any supplies while we were down here, unfortunately." Romani made a small face. "That's not great, but it's not terrible. We've already got a couple of other minute singularities lined up in the event that one didn't work out. But there's no rush to head towards those. As long as they had options, he was fine." "All right then, I guess we're ready to come back." He paused for a moment, then snapped his fingers. "Oh, I picked up another servant while we were down here." That brought an odd look onto Romani, their brows pinched together. "When you phrase it like that, it makes it sound like you found a dog at the side of the road or something." They froze, then winced. Did the new servant hear me, just now?" "Yes," Arjuna flatly responded from their location. "I did." Closing their eyes, the doctor leaned back and covered their face with their hands. "Oh boy, I'll get everything ready for your return, Fujimaru-kun. You can brief us when you get back, because the director is probably going to want to know what happened down there." Yeah, he could imagine. Hanlith interlude, for the sake of relaxation. The rather loud noise echoed across the field they had been dropped into. He barely flinched at the proximity it was to him. Though the same could not be said for the others who happened to be nearby, mainly the pained groans from the direction of the others who came down with them. He spared a glance in their general direction, his eyes lingered on the pair of them before it moved away. "The wondrous smell of my homeland. It is truly a blessing to be back here." He tuned out the words of Nero and advanced on Ritska and Mash, The two of them glanced in his direction and watched his approach. Neither one of them said anything until he was upon them. Well, not sure yet, Ritska replied, then brought up his wrist. Romani, what have you got for us? The communicator fizzled for a moment, the words of the doctor spilled out a second later. Give me a second here, Fujimaru-kun. You only just landed down, but yeah, it looks as though you're close to the last place you were at when there was the whole spider situation. Measured words, Ash studied the reaction Ritska had to them. His master said nothing and gave nothing away, but that spoke more about their effect than anything else. It was just further proof that they were burying their fears, or perhaps they had gotten over them. He could not say for sure, he wasn't certain he was the best person to ask on the matter either. Instead, he turned his gaze away from them and across the horizon, a great expanse of greenery as far as the eye could see, with a distant smoke rising from the distance. Not high enough to be considered dangerous to anyone, merely the smoke from a town or a village. All it told him was that they were close to civilization. Spiders. A slightly disgusted noise from one of their recent arrivals. He kept his expression flat as their presence loomed over his shoulder, making no visible reaction to them as they appeared, attracting the eyes of both Mash and Ritska. I never much liked spiders. Too many legs, not to mention all those rumors about the chaos spiders getting really big. The voice shuddered for a moment. Everyone spoke of those at length as something to be wary of, but if they truly pose a danger, then I am certain my blessings shall be potent enough to ward them away. He took a short step away from the speaker, moving a foot to the left. His expression remained unbroken. Does this mean that the source of the singularity we detected might be more of those spiders? Mash sounded hesitant. He watched her eyes dart towards Ritska for a moment, then back towards the doctor. It was a small pause before Romani replied. I wouldn't really rule it out just yet. There is no telling what can happen. We know for a fact that thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, of them were bred. If they used living tissue to exist, then they would probably continue to exist without their creator to fuel them. Though we're assuming most were wiped out during the big battle with the giant spider. Whether Romani had more to say or not, his words were cut short by the boisterous voice entering the conversation. It makes no difference. Nero strutted forwards, snapping and pointing a finger at the man. Whether these are lingering monsters or some other manner of threat, I shall allow no threat to cause havoc upon my emperor or my people. That much I swear upon my name. So then, come Praetor. We shall find whatever beasts threaten Rome and put them down. He stepped back as the emperor flourished her sword, only just managing to avoid being struck in the face with the flat of the blade, though it remained close enough that he could perfectly see his reflection in the polished crimson steel. Green eyes moved down the length of the blade, landing on the emerald orbs of the emperor. Neither one of them said anything. Nero silently lowered the sword, turning her head away without making a single sound and clearly pretending as though she had not almost just smacked him in the face with her weapon. Not that it would have hurt, but it was the principle of the matter. She should be more careful with that sort of thing. So, how far are we anyway? A tired yawn drowned out the words. Because I'm not a walking sort of goddess, you know. Her voice sounded muffled. Turning around, he glanced down at the speaker, then raised a brow. Lying flat on the ground, using her arms as a pillow, Hanleth remained unmoving as she flopped across the dirt like a rug. He was a touch bemused by her actions. He assumed she would have just tried to remain standing and spoke of the conditions as being unfitting for one such as her. But clearly she was more interested in whether or not she could actually sleep, rather than anything else. His lip curled a touch. Ray shifts involve physical activity. If you did not plan on engaging in such, then perhaps you should have remained slung out in your den. Hanleth flinched as though she had been struck. Her head craned up and through messy chestnut hair, she looked him in the eyes. Her mouth briefly opened, looking as though she was going to say something. Except she didn't. A moment passed, Hanleth closed her mouth and then lowered her head back into her folded arms and returned to her original position. That was odd. Was she not even going to defend herself? Whatever. Dismissing her, he brought his focus back to Ritska. The dark-haired boy remained silently, disturbingly so. His eyes still fixed on the screen and gazing deep into the eyes of Romani, it reached a point where he was curious to see whether they would react if he snapped his fingers in their face. Fortunately, they moved before he got the chance to do something like that. All right, so. With a rather loud voice, Ritska turned around and quickly spotted the smoke in the distance. Bringing up a hand and pointing towards it. That seems as though it would be a good place to start. Good news is that it is still the reign of Nero, so we won't cause any problems with you, I don't think at least. A beat, then Ritska turned back around. Actually, this might look like a problem if the Emperor of Rome showed up in some town in the middle of, where are we, by the way? Western France. Romani replied a moment later, then made a small noise before giving a wry chuckle. Ah, you probably want a bit more than that. You're close to, well, modern day it's called, Saintes. But back then it would be called Mediolanum Santonum, which I hope I pronounced correctly, did I? There was a touch of hope in his voice. Oh no, that was actually rather terrible. Nero was rather ruthless in the way she bluntly shot him down, then gave a hum. Though I shall offer you praise for making the attempt. I advise you to work on your Latin if you are to pronounce the names of my towns and cities in the future. Ritska snorted at that. So then, what do you know about it? Nero blinked. About what? Santonum. The town that's right over there. Another blink from Nero. Why would I know anything about it? You cannot expect me to know the name of every single town and city that fell under my illustrious rule. Nero defended, puffing out her cheeks. I knew all of the important ones, at least. But I was assured that the other towns and cities were well taken care of, so there was nothing to worry about when it came to them. As long as Rome prospered, then that good fortune would filter into these far-off towns, yes. Ritska stared at them for a half-second, then shrugged their shoulders and turned away. I don't know a lot about statecraft. My experience is limited to playing computer games when it comes to that stuff, and the choices you get are very limited. Games. Hanlith's voice echoed out a moment later. Anyway, my suggestion is that we take this road. Ritska gestured to the road, visibly ignoring the curiosity in the voice of Hanlith, running their hand further along until they were pointing in the distant direction of the town. And then enter that town. We can ask around to see if there is any sort of problem. We'll probably be able to figure out pretty quickly if something is the matter, won't we? If it was the spiders, then the answer was yes. That being said, and what if it is spiders? Ritska. Did you say something, Ash? He raised a brow, certain that he had spoken clearly. The enemy, what if it is the spiders? Ritska turned around and maintained their look of innocent puzzlement. Are you saying something? Because it's just, they silently moved their left hand to their ear, then moved their right hand away from their opposing ear. Trying to mimic something passing through their head. Possibly an arrow. Senpai, Mash sounded rather concerned, earning a light sigh from Ritska and a drop of the shoulders from the boy. All right, if it is the spiders, we'll just try and rely on yourselves, because I don't know how useful I'm gonna be in that situation. His admittance was followed by his shoulders slumping. So if I pass out, then I'm trusting you to cover for me in that situation, which I realize is a bit of an ask of me. Is this what it feels like to have someone else ask me to do work for them? Yes, now get up. You're embarrassing yourself and me. The background interaction of Hanlith and Caffrey filtered through his mind. Quite why either of them showed up to this was a mystery to him. No, Hanlith was the originator, she wanted to come along for some strange reason, and then Caffrey had shown up, declaring that she would ensure that Hanlith actually did something in the first place. He could understand her sentiment, but he would have been able to manage that task on his own. Or Ritska could have managed it. I'll do my best, Senpai. Mash nodded, putting on a brave face and giving a single fist pump. I am ready to protect you, but I'm confident that you should be able to overcome your fears. I will be right there to support you. Thanks, Mash. Ritska sniffed once, then turned around. All right, let's move. Can someone carry me? Another pitiful whine from Hanleth. Ash turned his head to the sky, staring at the sun for a few moments. With a grunt, he turned around and marched towards the downed goddess, brushing past Caffrey as they were just about to start chiding her. He reached down, grabbing the back of the shorter woman's jumper and hoisting her up until she was eye level with him, dangling in his grasp with her legs not even touching the ground. The two stared at one another, Hanleth with decidedly wider eyes than he had. Oh, on second thought, I can walk. I can walk. See. Legs working at 120 per, with a shaky smile, her legs swung back and forth. Right into his knee. They both froze, their heads turning down towards where she had struck him, then their eyes came back up. Hanleth made a noise like a dying animal, seemingly shrinking in on herself. With a smack of his lips, he released his hold on the goddess, dropping her onto the ground with a pained grunt coming from her. Though he knew for a fact that she wasn't injured in the least. His eyes lingered on her for a few moments, narrowing slightly at her pathetic state, then he turned around and walked back towards the road. Passing the others as he did so and ignoring their looks. We'd best start moving. Really, why had Hanleth even answered a summons in the first place? She was useless for just about everything. Ritzka had no idea what Hanleth was even doing here. And he didn't just mean the small field trip, he was referencing in general. Through the words of the goddess herself, she disliked fighting, which was a fair stance to take. It wasn't something he was comfortable with either. He would rather never get used to the idea of violence, but sometimes it was just needed. Most of all when people wouldn't back down. All of which was beside the point. Hanleth had a choice about whether she would come down here or not. And she chose to come down to Chaldea. It wasn't as though their purpose was a secret, nor was it a case of her being ignorant to what happened. Divine spirits all remembered what they had done thus far beat for beat from previous singularities. Alma clearly remembered what happened, and he had apparently died. Well, Ash said they killed him. And they made sure to point out that it was them and not Gawain. Quite why the specification was needed, he wasn't sure, but he accepted their answer and noted that Alma remembered everything. Da Vinci had just said the memories of divine spirits would be different to regular heroic spirits, so they would remember summonings regardless of at what point in time they appeared in. Though he figured that opened a Pandora's box about people from future encounters meeting him before they actually met. Da Vinci had just smiled, laughed, and then frowned before walking off. That hadn't comforted him in the least. Regardless, it all brought him back to Hanleth, who was turning his head. Ritzka realized he hadn't actually heard the goddess complain since he started walking. Nor had he actually seen Mash either. The moment he caught sight of them, he almost stopped altogether. Being faced with the sight of Mash giving a piggyback ride to Hanleth, the goddess slumped over her shoulders, hair rolling down like a waterfall. He was rather surprised he didn't hear snoring. Mash met his gaze, clearly misinterpreted what he was thinking, and then shot him a confident smile. Don't worry, Senpai. I can carry her without any problems. Not at all what he was worried about. With a slow nod of the head, he brought his focus back around and stared up the road towards the distant town they were approaching. Guarded by a thin wooden palisade, it was rather larger than he would have expected from the smoke, but then again, he wasn't sure how many of the buildings inside the town would have chimneys. Also, it was the day, and burning wood during the day, in a reasonably hot climate, wasn't really a very smart thing to do. Ah, the Roman countryside. He jerked at the sudden voice by his side, turning his head to the speaker and noticing that Nero had somehow managed to sneak up on him without making a single noise. Had she always been this sneaky? I admit, it has been some time since I last took a stroll through such things. The Emperor continued on, waving a hand before pausing. As close to a stroll as being in a carriage can get, and actually, I much preferred to stay in Rome. It was much closer to the theaters, and therefore, my people would be able to come to me for their wider enjoyment. Did you often leave the city? Nero hummed at his words. On occasion, depending on whatever fates the gods had planned for me. A true entertainer is not always limited to their favorite venue, and I was still an emperor. It would be remiss of me if I did not visit other parts of the empire from time to time, reminding the people that their emperor loved them. As if preening at invisible praise, she puffed out her chest. The cheers of those who have not seen me were always the loudest. But my favorite was my visit to Greece. There was such a rich culture that inspired me to carry myself to new heights. Ah, yes. I even participated in the Olympic Games being held there at the time. That, he did not know. You participated in the Olympic Games, in Greece. He turned to her, wearing his surprise rather openly. Something that prompted a baffled look from the emperor. Of course, where do you suppose I was inspired to create the Games of Nerifest? With a shake of the head, she raised a finger and wagged it from side to side. Praetor, you should investigate my legend more. No, I mean I knew about the Olympic Games. He corrected her, what I meant was I didn't know they were held in Greece. I thought you created your own games and then participated in those. Oh, I did that as well. Nero replied with a blank expression, lowering her hand down. I was rather pleased about those, the people loved them as well. Turning to the front, she flourished out a hand. The quinquennial Neronia. The wondrous improvisation of the Greek games, which I naturally improved, and marked a celebration of my own ascension, which was unfortunately cancelled after my death. They only did it twice. Ritska blinked, then hummed and turned his head away from the emperor. That sounded rather sad. No wonder she had been so taken with Nerifest. Speaking of which, Nero glanced over her shoulder, narrowing her eyes before leaning close to him. There is something I must ask, that is the goddess who organized the large celebration which went awry, yes. Yes. His response was slow and measured. Why? No reason. With a smile that was far from innocent, Nero leaned away from him and started to hum to herself, strutting onwards and swinging her arms back and forth with rather exaggerated movements. Once again, he found himself far from comforted with her supposed answer. Attendant. The sudden title had him blink, turning his head and finding that Caffrey had now floated to his side. I wish to speak with you of the behavior of Hanleth. The girl spoke with a rather strained tone of voice. He watched her eye twitch as her gaze briefly directed itself behind her and to the individual still held in the arms of Mash, then back to him. And, ask that you not spread word of her state around Chaldea. I would consider it a great personal favor to me. Ritska just shrugged his shoulders. I don't think you need to worry about that. I mean, doesn't everyone already know? Caffrey's expression remained blank for all of half a second, then it fell. Oh, yes. They do, don't they? Of course they do, that lazy slob. How is she ever going to command the respect from mortals if she spends her every unwaking moment curled onto the floor as though she has just stumbled out from a tavern? The intensity of the tirade had him jerk a little at her words, but she paid little heed to him and continued on. Does it not seem as though such a state is beneath her? Whether she is considered a goddess of bliss or not, she should take into account her appearance and how the mortals will perceive her. Pointing to themselves, they continued on. I, for example, am the goddess of fortune, but one would not expect to find me gambling on horse races. Ritska's mouth moved before his brain. You'd probably win all of them. Which was, somehow, the right thing to say as Caffrey looked at him with relief and waved a hand. You understand it, attendant. It is because we are gods that we should be seen to dispense our authority fairly amongst the masses and with restraint. Certainly not to throw ourselves into them and use them for our own personal pleasure. Honestly, she hasn't changed a single bit. Caffrey was pouting at this point, roughly folding her arms and dropping her head down to stare at the ground as she hovered. And it always reflects badly on me as well, and father doesn't do anything to stop her apart from giving her a reminder every now and again, but doesn't he know how this looks for me? Her hands came up, pointing fingers at herself and turning to him with desperation in her eyes. I am the one who always has to make sure she's actively doing her job. Even now, she's just playing up her weakness so that someone else has to carry her slack. Literally, in this case. Isn't that too careless? She's the older one, so she should be doing just as much work as me. She stopped speaking, then stared at him expectantly. She was looking for an answer. That must be pretty tough for you. Caffrey exhaled. Exactly, but I do not complain about it, because I am a well-raised princess. A proud smile came upon the lips of the blonde, puffing out her chest and closing her eyes. I need to present the gods as the beings of wisdom and grace that we are, rather than whatever mess Hanlith portrays us to be, or the disheveled murderous insanity of Alma. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing, unless they came here just to try and mess up all my hard work. That's it, isn't it? The smile vanished, replaced with a frown. She punched her hand into her waiting palm. Well, if they think they can just come here and mess up all my hard work, they have got another thing coming. Don't they, attendant? Huh, I mean, yeah, sure. What was happening? Exactly. Her head bobbed up and down, eyes narrowed. If Hanlith thinks this is going to be another vacation for her, she is going to be sorely disappointed. I won't let her get off easy. If she thinks I was bad before, wait until I enlist others to keep her on her toes. Not even that scary bodyguard of hers. Were they talking about Chrysor? Will be able to stop me from whipping her into shape. The declaration was met with silence from him. Caffrey coughed, then brought her hands back down. A beatific smile flickered over her face once more. Of course, it will remain a polite reminder that she has responsibilities and that she should remember to take better care of herself. Much the same with Alma. This is not the sort of situation where we can just do whatever we want, is it, attendant? In response to that, Ritska had just one question. You're sure you're the youngest? Caffrey just slumped. I know, they give off a terrible image. I worked really hard to make up for both of them. It would be much easier if I was the eldest, then they would have to listen to me, wouldn't they? He just shrugged. I don't have any siblings, so I wouldn't know. An only child. A hum from the goddess, gazing down at him with a slightly troubled gaze. I don't know if I'm allowed to envy you or not. So I am going to declare that I am allowed to be jealous of you and leave it at that, except now I feel very irritated that I'm jealous of a mortal. Hey, can I give you bad luck for an hour? 2 hours at the most. Ritska stared. Caffrey stared back, waiting for his answer. No. He replied slowly but clearly. You cannot. 30 minutes. No. 20. Still no. TCH. Alright. 25. No, hang on, that number was higher than the one before it. You're right, I will be generous and say 20. Caffrey. You're hurting my feelings, attendant. It is your duty to compensate me for them. You are not going to curse me because you feel bad about it. I cannot help that my parents didn't have more children. You're the only one they had. You should have encouraged them to breed more. EU. She knew that she had to broker the topic gently to them, but it was a matter of approaching them that was rather difficult. Knowing that they almost certainly hated her, she could see it in their eyes when they looked down at her earlier. It would be rather difficult to do that. Did they even want her to talk to them? No, whether they wanted it or not, she stepped into the need to apologize with him. It had been her mistake and she needed to right it. He stood not far from her, while the human and the really loud and energetic emperor, another of her natural enemies, loud people, were busy speaking with one of the humans that related to something or other. She figured that it was to do with their whole reason for being here in the first place. Gathering her strength, her eyes focused back on Gawain, wetting her lips, she rose up from her position next to the shaded section of a cart, awkwardly carrying herself forwards with lumbering and shaky steps. It wasn't her fault she didn't do a lot of walking, normally other people did that for her. Why couldn't she have been born with wings like Caffrey? They got it easy with just needing to flap those things and then they were flying around no problem. It would be so much easier for her if she could do that sort of thing, but she had to get born with regular old legs. Unfair. Dismissing the need for wings, her steps brought her closer and closer towards Gawain. Her eyes flickered away from him and located where her little sister was. Currently floating around and entertaining some of the little children with some little sparkles of light. Maybe they thought she was a clown or something. They were pointing and laughing at her actions, so that had to be it. What do you want? She flinched at the cold voice from directly in front of her, bunching her shoulders inwards and closing a single eye. Her head shifted, moving around to face the front of her and glance upwards through messy hair. He wasn't even staring at her. He was just looking across at something in the distance and saying nothing. Hey, Gawain. Now he was staring at her. She wished he wasn't. She was wrong. He wasn't scary like Alma. He was terrifying. His expression remained blank, but his eyes burned with the rage of 1,000 dying suns. It hadn't even lasted for a blink of an eye before it cooled into a low simmering frustration, but she saw it all the same. That fury in the second she had called him by his name. What was it that the others called him? Ah, right. Ash. Hastily correctly herself, she brought her arms up to shield her body in case he hit her. I meant Ash, right? Yes. That's what you call yourself now. I definitely said Ash the first time. That's you. Emerald eyes dulled, then lost interest and turned away from her. What do you want? Wetting her lips, she tapped her fingers together through her sleeves, rocking back and forth on her heels. So, this seems like a nice place, right? I assume so. And there's a lot to do here, right? That depends. So, have you thought about asking the, human about taking a little time off and enjoying the. Her mouth clamped shut as he turned back to face her, folded his arms over his chest and then leaned down to her eye level. He said nothing, but his gaze made it clear what he was trying to convey. This wasn't turning out as well as she hoped. Well, what I mean to say is that there isn't a rush, right? She hastily corrected herself, taking a step backwards so that he wasn't blotting out the sun with his head anymore, or with his eyes that seemed to glow. There should be time for a little break, yeah. Ash took in a sharp breath, then leaned back. A break. She bobbed her head up and down, bringing her fingers out of her sleeve and pinching them together, giving a slight smile. Just a little one, you know. Get all the strength back from the walking we did. We. He squinted at her. Who is, we? You slumped over the shoulders of Mash and she had to carry your hide all the way to this town. Hanlith shrank a little. And she did so without complaining once. Furthermore, Ritska walked all the way here and he is an ordinary human. He has not stopped for a break nor even mentioned the topic a single time. He stepped closer, then cast the shadow over her once more, not once raising his voice. The second you arrived here, you ducked into a corner and then sat down. So tell me, what have you done that is so exhausting that you require a break? Being outside. He leaned back once again, this time he was the one who stepped away from her and turned about face, all but ignoring her. Do you even know why we're down here? Well, it is because there is something threatening this location. While that perhaps means nothing to you and, indeed, given enough time this minute singularity will correct itself and there will prove no need for alarm. That does not alter the fact that we are needed here for some reason, there will inevitably be someone in danger and will need rescuing. She knew that. She wasn't an idiot. But what she came down here for was adding onto that the need to restock our supplies in as civil a manner as possible. He continued on, not even giving her the chance to think. And this is only a trivial matter. Future singularities will be towards the fate of humanity itself and all you can even think to do is complain about being outside and how you wish for a break. Another cold side glare. I'm being civil because you have made Gawain slightly more bearable, but that was hardly a tall order. Do not believe I hate him any less, it is after the fact and for all intents and purposes, it changes nothing. He grunted. I can tolerate you because you achieved a single minuscule thing, but do not think for a moment that it has gone unnoticed that without your actions in regards to that fiasco you called a resort, there would never have been a near breakout of demons in the first place. Another flinch rolled through her body, casting her eyes down to the ground. You, who hate violence and working, accepted the summoning of a covenant that relies on those two things in order to achieve its goals. Whether it is through being short-sighted or just a need to further compound your damage, I care not. But do not try and spread your influence here. Not when there is a real danger. Hanlith rolled her lips inwards and kept her gaze low, it was as though each word was another weight on the back of her head, keeping her from raising her neck. But let me make this clear. I am not Gawain. I am not here for you to live out your fantasy of some younger brother. You and I have the same mother, nothing more. I do not care to know you better and, quite frankly, would consider it the greatest kindness if you did not approach me to improve our relationship in the future. I barely interacted with my siblings when I lived and see no reason to alter this trend. With a loud sigh, they trudged off. I'm baffled as to why you would even accept a summoning in the first place, useless as you are. She kept silent. What was she supposed to say? They were right. She was a goddess of bliss and her singular attempt to do something all by herself ended in a literal bloodbath. It wasn't like she could argue with the assessment that she was useless. So many had died because of her during that. The people she had tried to comfort ended up needing to fight for their lives because she wasn't very good with her role. Did that mean she was going to give up? She didn't know. He was trying to learn how to cook, right? Maybe, there was something to that. Raising her head, she sniffed the air a few times and then narrowed her gaze, carrying herself away to where the scent was strongest. Nothing. Ritska shook his head from side to side. Nope, no mention of anything going on around here. Mind you, the guy did think we were some sort of circus troupe, I think. They jerked a thumb in the direction of a pouting Nero. We were complimented on having a very lifelike rendition of the Emperor, but were warned about them getting too into it. Ash glanced at the Emperor, who only seemed to pout harder at the words. He wasn't sure what they were expecting to happen. Whether they were the Emperor or not, what manner of person would believe that the Emperor would come all the way out here and in the company of such a small band of colorful individuals? It just didn't make a lot of sense to him in the beginning. But that was beside the point. That aside, you mean to say that there is little here that can point us in the direction of what is causing the tiny disturbance? Ritska shook his head from side to side. I'm afraid not. They didn't say much on the matter, even if they were taking me seriously when I offered to help, but apart from a missing cow or two, they said there wasn't much of a problem. A missing cow? Is this cow worth mentioning? A shrug of the shoulders from Ritska. They said it happens all the time around here. A couple of wolves come in every now and again and make off with one. The guy said the season was perfect for it and they'd probably end up losing a sheep or something in the future, so he doubted the problem would be caused by wolves. What now? Ritska hummed, then cupped his chin. Well, we still need to pick up a couple of supplies. Mash took some of our funds to buy some produce from the farmers, so once she gets back with that, then we'll have it sent back to Chaldea and then go for a quick look about the land to see if we can find anything. If not, well, Romani said the singularity would resolve itself in about a day or two, provided nothing happens. He wouldn't lie and say he was satisfied with that, but if they found no evidence of something, then wasting further resources in camping around in the woods on the off chance that something did materialize was hardly going to help their situation. Not to mention the energy costs for ray shifts. But he would prefer to be safer than sorry. Understood. He hummed, then turned about. If there is nothing else, then I will. Excuse me, young man. He paused, then slowly inclined his head towards the speaker. A rather elderly figure hobbled towards them, his eyes fixed upon him with a faint smile. Could I trouble you for a moment? It is just that my nephew recently went away and I don't have much anyone else to count on. Ash stared. What do you need help with? He brought up a shaky hand, offering a thin smile. Old bones, I'm afraid. Moving about isn't as easy as it used to be. He could see that. Well, it wasn't as though he had much to lose. Very well then. Sparing a glance to Ritska, he nodded to them once before he advanced on the elderly man. What is it you need moved? Well, I work for the local bakers. The man explained, before they paused and chuckled. Or rather, I am the local bakers. I used to work there before my nephew took over, but it is the 7th year of Adrian's boy coming up soon, and I wished to bake them a special loaf for a celebration. They're having their family around for a small gathering and Adrian and his boy have been good to me. Ash could see what they might need aid with. And it was a chance at baking. Then again, I feel the need to warn you that when it comes to baking. Not to worry, lad. The elderly man waved him off, moving forwards and sparking him a tiny smile. I taught my nephew all he needed to know of baking, and if I can teach him, I can teach you a bit or two about it all. Just follow where I tell your hands to go and all will be right. He could live with that, yes. It sounded simpler, admittedly. Nodding his head up and down, he followed the old man on. Quote, I am Ash. Ash. Not any name I know, but all right. I'm Gaius, lad. Ritska raised a brow as he watched the old man lead Ash away towards something. Whatever it was, he saw Ash perk up with interest during the conversation, so he figured it was probably something good. I am pleased to see him helping my citizens. Nero's voice drifted through his ears. He twitched a smile at her and glanced at the emperor, seemingly having forgotten the fact she was supposedly thought of as a professional impersonator by the mayor of the town. Although, I am surprised, they look older than some of the senators, and they were dusty enough that I once thought myself surrounded by the recently deceased. The laugh that escaped quickly devolved into a cough, bringing his fist up to cover his mouth. Made all the worse when Nero looked at him in confusion. Did I say something amusing? That was when he realized she was being serious, all of which prompted him to laugh even harder about everything that was happening. The idea of Nero just standing in a senatorial building and being under the impression that all the old people were dead was amusing to him for whatever reason. He was sure it wouldn't be amusing for the senators. Well, talk of senators aside. Clearing his throat, he brought his attention back to Nero. Given that Ash is helping out with the locals, and Mash is busy buying supplies, do you think that we should? A sound. One that didn't come from either Nero or himself. With a slow blink, he turned his head to the direction of the noise. There were at least 20 small children in front of him, perhaps more. Varying in size and age, all of which were staring at him as though they were expecting something to happen. His eyes flickered towards the closest, a small dark-haired young man who took a step closer with a slightly raised hand. Is it true you are funny people? He didn't even get a moment to answer before Nero brushed past him, getting in the face of the young boy and whipping her hand about. Naturally enough, there was a blooming rose that all but appeared in her grasp, with little to no indication of how it even appeared in the first place. That is absolutely correct, young citizen. The emperor declared, dropping the flower into the hands of the boy, who was staring at it with amazement. You shall never see a finer entertainer than myself. For how could one possibly compete with the theatrics of a blessed beauty of myself? Folding his arms, Ritska leaned back and watched the emperor immediately captivate the children as she produced petals with every wave of the hand, most of which ended up in the hair of the assembled audience. It was rather amusing. But naturally, I do not come without a fool of my own. That was the only warning he got before Nero's hand snapped back and clenched a hold of his shoulder, all but throwing him forwards. He caught a glimpse of her grinning face before his eyes turned to the children, freezing on the spot from the many eyes that were now fixed upon him. Oh yes. He jerked, glancing as Caffrey appeared at his other side and placed a hand on top of his head, smiling with her eyes closed. A brilliant juggler as well. A faint glow and a little electric jolt shot through his system. He cast a small glance at the ruler. They all but ignored his stare, but he got the feeling of what they had just done to him. It couldn't hurt to try, right? And it would be difficult to say no with all these smiling children staring at him, waiting for him to do something spectacular. Though he was a little surprised that Nero herself wasn't trying to juggle, unless she was planning for something else. Well, maybe she'd wait for him to finish before she upstaged him or something. Whatever, he didn't mind. Yeah, sure. He smiled at them, dropping his shoulders and glancing around, only to have 3 apples thrust into his grasp from Caffrey, who met his gaze and then leaned forwards. Don't drop those, otherwise we're going to pay for them. She nodded her head backwards. He followed her gaze to a rather stoic-looking man standing next to a basket full of the fruits. He offered a thin smile and a small wave. He didn't even so much as blink at him. The smile faltered as he turned back, then internally shrugged his shoulders and threw the first apple up. He had no idea what was going to happen, but if Caffrey did improve his luck, then it would probably work out in the end. Hanlith suppressed a proud grin as she watched the human make a start with juggling. She knew that Caffrey wouldn't be able to resist using her authority when it came to such a chance. It was just a matter of waiting for everything to line up. And she knew that there was something amiss here. Her eyes roamed towards one of the children at the far corner, not gathered with the others and instead glancing towards the far distance over the tiny wall. A young girl with reddish-brown hair, a nervousness to them which set them aside from the other children. They were scared. Sparing a glance towards the direction of the human summoner, Ritska, she noted that neither he nor any of those around him were really paying attention to her. It was fortunate, it let her move without any of them caring all that much. Carrying herself closer and closer to the girl, she eventually came up behind them and glanced around, then dropped herself down until she was at eye level with the back of her head. "Hey, girl!" The small one jolted a little, then turned around to face her with a flash of panic, quickly settling when they noted that there was nothing insidious about her appearance. Hanlith gave a slightly comforting smile to them, nodding her head behind them and towards the direction of the other gaggle of children. "How come you aren't with any of them? Are you not that interested in juggling?" Her eyes darted to the performance, then back to her. A small shake of the head came next. The girl spoke in a quiet voice. "No, I." Slowly, her head turned around and they gazed back into the distance, towards the edge of the woods and froze up. "Or perhaps, you're worried about something. You won't believe me," the girl replied in a hushed whisper. "No one else does. They said it was just a wolf that got the cow, but when they turned back around, there was a haunted look in her eyes. I saw what ate them. It was a monster." So Ash was right then, troubling. A monster. Not letting her own nervousness show, she gave a hum and bobbed her head up and down. "Is the monster making you really scared then? It's going to eat me." With a long hum, Hanlith rose back onto her feet, puffed out her chest and then pointed to herself. "Not if I have anything to say about it. I might not look it, but I am actually super strong." She really hoped that she wasn't coming across as nervous as she felt. The little girl looked up at her with a rather dubious stare. But the monster was out in the woods, right?" A scared nod of the head. "Then I will go and beat the monster up. You go and have fun with the other kids, and when I come back, I'll tell you that the monster is all taken care of so you don't need to worry about anything, alright?" But nope. Hanlith beamed down at the girl, spun on her heel and then moved around behind them, placing her hands on her shoulders and gently ushering them forwards. "Don't worry about any scary monsters. Hanlith is gonna take good care of it and then everyone will be relaxed." That was right. She just needed to take care of this. They were all having a good time. If it was a spider, then if the humans saw it they would freak out, they said as much. She wasn't going to do that to them. Everyone else was just having fun. She could deal with a single slightly overgrown spider, no problem. Easy. The girl stumbled into the crowd. Hanlith remained unnoticed as she stepped away from all of them, turning around and sneaking back away to the front gate, sparing a single glance over her shoulder towards them. She didn't make much of an impact anyway, so they probably wouldn't notice she was gone. This was fine. It was fine. Hanlith hated the outdoors. She hated doing all the sort of work that came with the outdoors, and she especially hated having to do physical activities. It was awful. She didn't have any talent for it in the first place. All she could really manage was making sure that everyone else was relaxed, so why would she possibly try and squander her talent with that? Except for when it didn't work and then seemingly made things much worse. She wasn't sure if they knew, but relaxation was the one thing she had ever been good at. And she screwed it all up in the worst way possible. Worse than all of that, she timed it all wrong. A resort less than a couple of weeks after Chaldea had a big party. What happened to all the stress they were supposed to have been working up? Actually, she might have missed some details there. She recalled there being a summoning offer, but she slept through it. Had that been the Christmas party? She could add it to her list of blunders. Taking a direct route didn't work, so setting things up and letting them go their natural course was the method she was going to go with. The loud people enjoyed dragging others into their loudness, and for someone like that blonde emperor, She loved it when people applauded her, so just giving her what she wanted seemed to be the way to go. So just point everyone in the right direction and let them enjoy themselves. She could put up with a bit of work if it came with the knowledge that the others were having fun. Her foot caught something, probably a tree root, and the next thing she knew, she was falling forwards and splatting into the mud. Unsure of how long she was lying face down in the muck, she pulled her head out of the dirt and kept a dazed look straight ahead, giving a mild sniffle. Moving her hands up, she wiped them over her face and pulled the cold sludge off her cheeks, or just smeared it further across. One of the two, either way her sleeves were now filthy. The front of her jumper was splattered as well. She fell backwards onto her behind, staring vacantly across the woods. Another sniffle escaped her. She just wanted to sleep. Chris could probably do all of this stuff really easily. Hanlith took in a deep breath, shaking her head from side to side as she pushed herself back up to her feet. She couldn't afford to lose sight of everything now. She needed to make amends for messing up everything, so that just meant she would need to keep pushing forwards through the woods. Even if she hated the woods and the outdoors. And she was now cold, wet and smelled. Her sleeves dropped down, her hands moved towards her hair and picked away at the stray clumps of leaf litter stuck in them, giving them a gentle tug and pulling them out, staring at the tiny little twigs for a moment, then tossed them aside with a grunt and carried on pushing herself forwards. Another step, then she paused. A frown creased her lips as she turned her head down towards the ground, furrowing her brows as she watched her foot catch on the dirt. Giving it a couple more tugs and watching the topsoil shift ever so slightly, as though pulled along by something just underneath it and out of sight. What the? It was really stuck as well. It felt like she'd been caught in a noose or something. Turning around, she moved down and started to shift the leaf litter and soil aside, unveiling a silvery string of some kind. Pulled taut, almost like that of a bowstring. Her confusion remained as she pulled away at it, then winced as she found that her fingers got caught in it as well, giving them a tug and struggling to pull herself free. All of which ended with her flopping onto her side. Another groan, a mixture of exasperation and annoyance pulled from the back of her throat. Another tug. Hanlith froze. She wasn't the one who tugged at that time. It was only a slight pull against the ropey thing around her foot, but it was unmistakable. Someone was pulling back in response to her pulling in the first place. Another frown came upon her lips as she tugged harder. They tugged again. The next thing that Hanlith knew, she was being whisked along the ground, dragged through the mud and all manner of filth and barely catching sight of rather large hole in the ground, just between the roots of a tall tree, before she was yanked away into darkness. A flicker of gold escaped her fingers. A large fanged head stared back at her, 8 eyes reflected the glow of her body. This was, perhaps, the most productive baking session he had ever been involved with. It was, Ash wasn't sure how to describe the feeling, but it was one that he was rather content with. A sense of accomplishment, though it would be wasted upon him. Watching the rounded loaves of bread extracted from the clay oven made him feel a touch of anxiety, mainly because he hadn't gotten this far before. "You're not scared of a bread oven, are you?" The dry voice of Gaius. Ash regarded the old man with a spare glance and a faint grunt, pulling the bread out completely and setting it upon the side. Staring at it, carved into 8 sections, and then moving to place it on the counter, shouldering the large wooden spatula as the old man hobbled forwards and then leaned over it. A moment or two passed. The old man gave the loaf a sniff and then reached forwards, prodding it a couple of times before giving a satisfied hum. "Not as good as my nephew, but you're a beginner. Good lad." That was. Then it is edible. That was his main concern, the slight worry that he had done something to cause the bread to be toxic to humans. Everything else he had attempted thus far had ended in disaster. It could be cynical, but he was long since learning to expect the worst from everything. Gaius gave him a flat look. "If you had done anything wrong, I would know about it." With a shake of the head, the old man hobbled away to the second load they had made, though this one was admittedly smaller than the first. "Now then, for your payment." Ash raised his hand, shaking his head. "I do not require a payment for my. Take the bread, son." He blinked. "But your neighbors. I meant the small one." Gaius turned back, holding the smaller loaf in his hands and hobbling back towards him, giving a tiny smile as they did so and extending it out. Best you work on it, your sister said you were looking to be a baker and could do with some training on it, not a lot of chances, and she asked me, persuasive young girl, she is. His sister. Ash kept his expression blank, wordlessly taking the bread from the old man and staring down at it for a few moments, then drawing his lips thin and closing his eyes. My sister put you up to this. Gaius waved his hand. She didn't put me up to a lot. I needed the help and she said you'd be fine with it. Besides, you and your lot have brought a few smiles to the town again. Best to give you something for your troubles, and an afternoon of help is worth a small loaf. Hanlith told the old man to give him pointers, did she? Rolling his jaw, Ash bobbed his head up and down, briefly dismissing the conflicting emotions he felt with the notion of Hanlith meddling with his personal life, and instead looked back to the old man. They did not have to put up with the request of Hanlith, and he would have sensed her influence if she had tried something with them. Thank you, Gaius. The old man reached forwards, giving him a couple of pats on the shoulder. Think nothing of it, lad. With those final words, he swiftly departed the bakery and made his way back towards the center of town. Whether he felt conflicted about the matter or not, he could not deny that Hanlith had meddled when he had asked her specifically not to do so. He needed no favors or handouts from his family and would prefer they left him in peace until he could decide his feelings for them. They made his life complicated and he wanted to focus on himself, not whether he would need to watch out for their intrusive actions. His feet paused as he came to the center of the town, then furrowed his brows as he gazed at the crowd that had all gathered. At the front of the crowd with a wide smile on his face, was Ritska. Currently in the middle of juggling some fruits while Nero appeared to be putting on some manner of flowery dance. Whether people were impressed about her spinning like a flower on the pommel of her burning sword, or the fact she was hurling rose petals from her sleeves without consideration for who was around, was something of a puzzling factor for him. Then there was Caffrey, floating above them with her wings spread wide and dancing rings of light around her fingers and shooting them from one hand to the other. It was a very bright performance, which the crowd was captivated with. When did this happen? Ah, hello, Ash-san. Mash's voice pulled him to her, glancing at the girl with a large satchel bag over her shoulder. They nodded to him and then stared on ahead with a rather infectious smile on her face. I just came back and then everyone was dancing and doing tricks. I know they said they thought Nero-san was an impersonator, but I didn't think they would take it seriously. Neither did he. Ash-san, is that bread? He waved the load in his hand. Yes, I assisted the baker and made this with their aid. Really? Mash looked rather impressed about that, and perhaps a little proud as well. He couldn't really tell. Her eyes darted back to the bread, then nodded her head up and down. It looks incredible. Is that what you've been doing for the last couple hours? Couple of hours. I did not realize it had been that long. How did he lose track of time so quickly? Shaking his head, he dismissed that rather disturbing loss of time and swung his gaze away from the crowd and to the sidelines, frowning as he noted that neither left nor right of the audience there was a single sign of Hanlith, nor could he immediately sense where she was. It was rather troubling for him, the idea that she was without supervision after what she had just done. Not to mention that he needed to speak with her. Ash-san, is something the matter? I'm not sure. He extended the bread to Mash. The girl blinked in confusion before hesitantly taking it from him. I will be back shortly. I have noticed that Hanlith is not in the immediate vicinity, and I require words with her. Before Mash could even get a word out, he was already moving with a frown on his face. He stopped walking, turning his eyes down to the small girl who had come to a halt by his legs. Why you came with the other lady, didn't you? She stumbled forwards, one eye forced shut while the other looked straight ahead in something of a daze. Hanlith was fairly sure she was heading in the right direction, stumbling for a moment and dropping down onto her hands and knees. Taking in deep gulps of air, winces of pain shot through her body as she formed yet another miracle around her, healing over her injuries once more to the best of her abilities. It did nothing for the spider venom. Which still hurt. Why were they even that big in the first place, and why were there so many of them? This was awful. Absolutely miserable. She hated it. With another groan, she pushed herself up onto her knees and stared across the. Her mind froze. Standing at the very edge of the woods, Ash stared back at her. His blank gaze centered on her face, then shifted to glance down at the rest of her without even an ounce of emotion within his eyes. But that wasn't what concerned her. What she was more focused on was the fact they were even here in the first place. She was curious that. His hand ignited with fire. Her eyes widened, falling backwards as he swung his arm out faster than she could react. The ball of flames whipped past her head, a high-pitched screech of agony ripped through the air. She turned about and watched the burning remains of another spider roll across the grounds for a moment or two before it went still, crackling under the heat of the fires. Crunching footsteps echoed next, growing closer and closer to her. When they finally came to a stop, she remained unwilling to pull her head up to meet the gaze of the owner of the shadow now cast over her. She just stared straight ahead for a few seconds. You set me up with a baker. She didn't have the nerve to speak, but she managed a nod of the head. The town performance was that you're doing as well. I just told the kids that they were good entertainers, she muttered back in a quiet voice. She felt his stare burn holes into the top of her head. They did all the actual work with everything. See, Caffrey likes that sort of thing, and I figured that the Nero girl would want to show off. Then you came out here. Another nod of the head, though she was silently curious as to how he even knew to come looking. I was set upon by a small girl who was concerned that you had yet to return after promising to vanquish the monster in the woods nearly 3 hours ago. That long. I got most of them. It didn't feel like much of an achievement. Her hair was a mess, her arms and legs were sore, she had been covered in bites and scratches, clothes mangled beyond belief, and she was covered in bug goo from when they had exploded after being struck with miracles. It was, without a doubt, one of the worst experiences of her life. Not to mention accidentally falling over the desiccated remains of the missing cow. Yes, came the flat words of Ash. I can see you clearly encountered the spiders. Another sniffle escaped her. Then he spoke again. You told no one. Why? The dam broke, her head whipped up with tears already spilling from her eyes. Because I messed up and wanted you all to have some actual fun. At first I wanted to apologize for being such a big failure, but then it felt really awkward and you were really mean to me when I tried to talk with you, but then I remembered that you wanted to cook, so it seemed like a good opportunity to apologize. She barely even registered the face of her younger brother, too lost through the murky haze of her tears. And then that Nero girl looked all sad because no one believed they were Nero, but they liked doing performances, so I sent all those kids to give her a chance to show off, and she really liked that, and Caffrey would obviously want to get involved in that sort of thing. And then there was this little girl who was scared of monsters coming to eat her, so I wanted to go and deal with it. Dropping her arms down to her side, she threw her head back, her voice cracking as the tears spilled forth without end. But then it turned out to be spiders, and then they tried to eat me. Then I was really scared and wanted to call out for help, but then remembered Ritska said he was scared of spiders, and I didn't want to make him really worried because he probably already hates me about the park, and I didn't want him to hate me more because I made him fight spiders. She scrambled forwards, all but throwing herself into the front of Ash and wrapping her arms around him. Wah! A wail ripped free of her throat. And it was really dark and they kept biting me and I had to fight them all by myself, and now I'm covered in goo and I smell bad and I'm tired and I just want to go home. Her hands pulled from the ruins of his sleeve, clawing away at the armor of her brother as she pulled closer to them. I'm sorry I screwed up with the park. I'm sorry I ruined everything. Please don't hate me. I just wanted to be a helpful big sister for once. You're covering my armor in snot. She flinched at the cold words, more so when a pair of hands dropped to her shoulders and pulled her away from them, though it wasn't too rough and they stopped her from dropping to the ground, at least. Moving her hands up, she wiped her sleeves over her eyes to get rid of her tears, clearing up her eyes and glimpsing the conflicted expression on the face of her brother. His eyes closed, his head dropped low and an annoyed groan escaped them. Ritsuka would be upset if you were to get killed over something like this, and I doubt he bears a grudge about what happened. That wasn't what she was worried about. What about you? I don't know, I wasn't expecting you to apologize in the first place. How low was she in their opinion that they didn't think she would apologize for screwing up with them? Whatever. Ash declared with a grunt, then moved. A gasp escaped her as she was picked up and slung over his shoulder. The indignant feeling of being carried like a sack of potatoes paled in comparison to the fact they were at least talking to her. She didn't know if they hated her or not, but she needed to ask all the same. What did you make? Bread. Is it nice? I can't taste. His words had her flinch ever so slightly as she recalled that small problem. However, HMPH. I came over to tell you not to bother me when I am trying to find something to do, but that was the first time I made something that was not a failure, so the opportunity you gave me was well used, but I would prefer it come after dealing with the immediate threat. My enjoyment does not come secondary to the task at hand. Hanlith sniffled a bit. It does to me. Ash stopped walking, another sigh escaped them. You are very different. That sounds a bit like an insult coming from you. You are not. Another slow response from Ash, then they grunted and resumed walking. Is it really that important to you? I'm the goddess of bliss. If people aren't enjoying life around me, then I'm not doing my job. I can normally tell what people like, but with you, it's just blank, so I don't like seeing my little brother like that, even if we never met. I thought the park would work out, but it didn't because I tried to please everyone. There was a brief pause, then an almost mirthless snort from Ash. I have noticed that humans enjoy a variety of tasks, none of which makes sense to me even now. I cannot say I really understand it, but I can approve of your intentions. At the very least, they are better than mine. That sounded like praise. Was she getting praised? But if you ever try and turn me into Gawain again without my express consent, in the unlikely event that ever happens, then I will most certainly try and kill you when I return. Okay. Sorry. Just don't do it again. She stumbled into the room. The mission had ended the second she got back and they had been whisked back to Chaldea with all their supplies and the problem well taken care of. Which was good. That was good. Her eyes flickered up at the faint sound of scraping metal that reached her ears. Chris was in the room, dragging some sort of stone over the edge of her sword with this very uncomfortable noise upon each brush of the blade. Her head pulled up, taking a short sniff of the air. Her eyes lingered on her for a moment, then her brows furrowed just a little. Did you get into a fight? A slow nod. Did you win? Yeah. Hanlith nodded again, then coughed and stumbled back towards their bed and flopped down into it face first. All by myself, sort of. I got most of them, I mean. I see. The scraping sound stopped, heels clacked along the floor and a gentle grip found itself on the back of her jumper, pulling her up and then rolling her over fully onto the bed, facing the ceiling. Her eyes squinted at the brightness. It didn't last long before the lights were dimmed. The glow of Chris's eyes moved through the room. You pushed yourself too hard, was the simple comment they made. Maybe she wasn't going to argue with them. I think it was worth it. Then that is all that matters. The blankets of the bed were dragged over them. Too many wounds. You were a bad fighter. What did you fight? Large spiders. I hate them. HMPH. As I said, a bad fighter. Shut up. I'm tired. She rolled onto her side, pulling the blankets close and lowering her eyelids. Enough effort had been put in today, she just wanted a little nap as a reward. I'll tell anyone who arrives that you're busy. Her lip pulled up a little. Thanks, Chris. Next time you fight, bring me. It would make everything much faster and less messy. Yeah, I'll do that. Her eyelids fluttered shut, carrying her away into a peaceful slumber. An awakening. Ritska hummed to himself as he came upon the door, bringing up his hand and rapping his knuckles against the back of it for a short moment, then lowering his hand back down. There was a short silence. He rocked back and forth on his heels and glanced about for a second or two, during the brief interval where nothing occurred. The faint hiss of the door opening brought his attention back towards it, watching the door rise up. Smiling cordially and nodding to the person inside. "Good morning, Medea. Master." She greeted him back with an equally polite tone of voice, her hood down. It certainly made it clear that she was in a rather good mood today. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Medea regarded him for a moment, then replied slowly. "That would depend on the nature of your visit. Do you require my services?" He quickly shook his head. "Nothing like that. I just heard that Caffrey was here and Flan asked me to come by and check on how she was doing. He would come himself but he said something about needing to deal with Hanlith. Seems he caught wind of the spider incident and was fretting over her in his own way." Saying nothing for a moment, the caster slowly raised a brow at him before she responded. "Your manner of speaking when in relation to the gods is a touch less reverent than I would have expected. Or perhaps a better word for it would have been cautious. If they were in earshot, I suspect they would have taken some manner of issue with the way you described the situation." "Would they have?" Ritska winced. "Sorry, still used to the whole royalty thing. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to conduct myself around them. Right now I'm trying to base it off my school teachers. Though I'm not sure that would help all that much. If you require lessons in etiquette, then I would prefer you find someone else. I have not the patience to be teaching you something along those lines." That wasn't where he was going to go with it at all. Rather, he would have actually thought of something more in line with someone like Caffrey for lessons in that sort of thing, or perhaps someone else instead. The director would probably have been a good bet. She was something of a noble, so there was a good chance that she would have been able to teach him all that. Medea sent him a flat look. "You did not even consider me, did you?" "Not really, no." With a low grunt, one that was difficult to tell if she was annoyed or not, the caster turned around and strode into the room once more, calling to him as she did so. "Still, it is fortunate that you happened by. I could very much do a second pair of eyes for this latest little creation of mine." "Oh." He perked up a little and followed her into the room. Though he wasn't sure what sort of help he would have been, anything that Medea was making was bound to be something rather complicated and well constructed, so the idea that he would be able to give any sort of opinion would be. "Ah, attendant. Perfect timing." Ritska slowed to a halt, then stared. Caffrey stepped forwards, a rather pleased look upon her face. With a flourish of her wings, she puffed out her chest and clasped her hands together, soon closing her eyes and lowering her head slightly forwards. Striking a rather serene pose as she showed off the new outfit she was wearing. On the surface, it was simple. A plain one-piece white dress that ended around her knees. There was nothing more complicated than that. Yet there was something more to it than being a bog-standard dress, something that he couldn't quite put into words. Perhaps it was the fact that it just worked so well with Caffrey's physical appearance, as though it was an item of clothing that was so suited for her that he struggled to imagine her wearing anything else. No, now that he looked at it, there was a touch more to it than that. Stepping around her, he cupped his hand under his chin and hummed to himself. Pacing around the small goddess and glancing towards the details that he had initially missed. Swirling patterns of faint gold were embroidered into the lining, the hem of the dress extended down to the ground at the back, or rather it seemed to flow at an angle towards the back of the dress, stretching down into an extension which widened out into a smooth curve, the base of which was lined with another thin stream of golden lines. He suspected that if she were to take flight, they would have looked much better. Actually, now that he looked at the shape of it, from the color patterns to the light touching of color, he suspected that it looked more as though Caffrey would have looked like some manner of majestic bird if she were to take flight. Still, all of that aside, the craftsmanship was incredible. Nodding his head, he glanced towards Medea and stepped around until he was right next to her. She regarded him with an expectant look. He raised his thumbs, smiling at her. It looks incredible. Did you make that? Of course. Medea looked rather proud for a short moment, then quickly evened out her expression. Though it was the best that I could do with the limited materials I had on hand, the unused uniforms were rather limited when it came to potential designs. Had I access to a greater set of resources, I would have created a far more dazzling dress, but simple works just as well in some situations. I really didn't know you could do this. This is fantastic. Isn't it just? Caffrey opened her eyes, moving out of the pose and then pushing herself off the ground and into the air with a light beat of her golden wings. The beaming grin of the girl was matched only by the aura. She was all but bleeding. A rather splendid attire you have constructed. Your efforts have been acknowledged and are most appreciated. You may request a single boon of this goddess. ... I would prefer to do without the boon of a goddess. A beat, then they paused and hummed. Though that might be subject to change in the future, we shall simply say that there may come a time when I call upon your assistance, Lady Goddess. With a hum, Caffrey bobbed her head up and down. Then I shall await the time in which you require my service, but know that I shall remember this debt well. Then her eyes turned to him. You said His Majesty had need of me. He just wanted me to stop by and check on you. Ritska replied, then paused and thought of something. But if you want to stop by and check on him, I'm sure that he'd love to see what your new dress looks like. Caffrey blinked, then gained an enthused look. You are most correct, attendant. Not simply him, but that mortal who proclaims herself the beauty of Venus. With this dress I shall trounce her claims with ease. With a final glance to Medea, she shot for the door and called out to them. You have my thanks for this tribute, human. The pair watched her depart in silence, then Ritska turned to Medea. I think that went well. A great deal more reasonable than the gods of my own homeland. Medea remarked in a quiet tone of voice, moving away from him and towards the small workbench. He could already see another beginnings of a dress in the process of being made. I suspect that having a goddess of fortune in my debt might prove rather useful one of these days, if a certain swine from my past were summoned. It would be rather amusing to see them cursed with such dour luck. That basically just told him that she was going to have Caffrey curse Jason if they were ever summoned to Chaldea. ... Please don't do that if my life is in danger, and try not to cause havoc to Chaldea if he does get summoned. There was a small pause, then Medea replied. Will you not order me to stand down? You have your reasons for not liking Jason. He simply replied, so long as you can go about it as mature adults or at the very least not drag other people into it or force me to try and intervene, then what happens is up to you. Besides, I could always ask Caffrey to undo it after a couple days of bad luck, but please, do not go around cursing one another. HMPH. Medea gave a single grunt of acknowledgement and then started to work once again. His eyes remained on the caster. He turned away from her and then paused as he caught sight of the clothes rack at the side of the room. Briefly sparing a glance towards the caster and then towards the clothes once again. Taking a step towards it, he reached out and started to pull them aside as gently as he could, glancing at the seemingly completed works with a faint hum each time he gleamed his eyes over them. Each one was just as impressive as the last, as though he'd stepped into the expensive part of a clothes shop. If Medea told him she was a professional, he would have believed her without a second thought. His eyes came to a halt on one particular dress. His brows furrowed a touch as he pushed the others aside and looked over this dress with a greater degree of intensity compared to the others. Something about it just caught his eye. The color was a silk sky blue, yet woven across the front of the dress like a sash across both sides was a deeper royal color. His eyes tracked down and watched the sash coil around the length of the dress like a pair of snakes from each shoulder, until they curled away from the parting of the dress near the knees. A skywards facing arrow shape moved around. Ritska stared at the dress for what felt like hours. It was a really nice dress. You could have asked. A startled gasp escaped him, jumping away from the dress and whipping his hand from it as though it had set his fingers alight. His eyes flew towards the speaker and he froze up solid as he met the blank gaze of Medea. The woman raised a single eyebrow at him before turning back around. I have no problems with your admiration of my work, that was one of my first creations. I'm certain that I had someone in mind when I thought of it, though the current short saber with blonde hair is hardly a fitting match for it. Short saber with blonde hair? You mean Nero? Medea released a short laugh. That one? Hardly. Though I suppose her similarity to them is striking and she would make for an acceptable model, I could do without the consistent chatter and her attitude of how she would know better than I. Shaking her head, the caster continued onwards. I refer to King Arthur, though I recall the version I encountered being rather different. Not as though I cannot work with the version you have contracted, merely that it would take a great deal more time. Huh. Well, that seemed like a thing. With a final glance at the dress, Ritska cleared his throat and clapped his hands together. I'll leave you to your work then. Really impressive stuff, Medea, really impressive. If you need another pair of eyes or anything, I'm open to helping. Yes, you've certainly shown your appreciation for it. The woman replied with a touch of amusement. He felt a faint fire on his cheeks, grateful that she wasn't looking in his direction to see it. If the moment comes again, I shall at least be able to call upon you for such things. As you were, master. Ritska all but fled the room, but the thoughts still lingered. The thoughts hadn't left his head. Those little ideas just kept coming back again and again and again. It was like they were occupying every inch of his mind. He stumbled for a short moment, catching himself a second later and resuming his jog at the same pace. Which was something he might have been able to handle had a voice not called out after a second. Hold for a moment, my liege. Slowing to a halt, he turned his head towards Verndari as they approached him, waving him down and then folding his arms behind his back. The knight stared down at him for a short moment. The fixed expression carved into the front of his helmet seemed to be much more piercing than usual. Your mind is clouded, hardly something that will suit your training. Had it really been that obvious? The knight shifted on the spot for a moment, then spoke slowly. Is there something that I might do to alleviate your worries, my liege? Ritska held back a wince. It wasn't much of a worry, but at the same time it was something that wasn't fading away from him any time at all. He supposed he could ask them in such a way that was more vague about the whole subject, that would probably work. With an internal nod of the head, he faced the knight and offered a thin smile. I mean, I have been thinking about something recently. Stepping off the running track, he moved off to where he had set the water bottles, picking up his own one and twisting the lid off. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to phrase it, but, have you ever done something that probably wouldn't be considered normal? The knight straightened immediately. He briefly paused at the sudden intensity they were now projecting towards him. I believe I would require a greater clarification of what normal might be, my liege. Right, yeah, I mean in terms of how people look at things. He took a quick drink of his water, breathing out and then frowning. Like, society says this one thing is normal, but you're just wondering if it is really. Like you keep thinking about something that you do that society would say isn't really right. Not necessarily bad, but just a bit weird, but you're not sure if that makes you weird for thinking about it. Verndari stared at him for what felt like hours. When they did speak, it was in a slightly distant tone of voice. Does this relate to your contracting of unscrupulous characters? Did they think he was troubled by his summoning of people like Aldrich and Alma? He could sort of work with that without giving too much away. I guess a little bit. That was still part of the issue, but he had explained it out loud before. It's just that society says it's weird to know about these people and I just don't see it as weird. Or I have those thoughts about talking to them and I'm not sure if I'm the strange one for having them in the first place, because I know that other people would definitely say that what I'm thinking about is weird. Are you asking for my personal opinion on the matter? Yeah. Verndari's head nodded slowly. You would be better off cutting your contract with those sorts immediately. Save yourself the burden of worrying over them by removing the very source of your conundrum. Nothing of value would be lost if they were removed. Ritska supposed that was going to be his answer. Yeah, but I feel like just ignoring the problem is going to make it worse. Because that's just going to keep coming up again and again, I feel like just facing it directly and getting a clear answer would be the best thing, but. He trailed off, glancing to the side and biting his lower lip. What was he worried about? It didn't seem like that big of a deal to him in the first place. He was sure that no one would judge him for being a little bit curious about it. Unless they did end up judging him for it. It was a cynical part of his mind that really had no place there at all. He knew what sort of people were around Chaldea and how diverse their cultures were. He doubted many of them would have given it much of a second thought. Yet it wasn't really about what the servants would think, because they would just smile and nod their heads, or say nothing at all. It was about. What was it about? What was it that was stopping him? It was just clothes. I'm just worried about whether I look weird to people, I guess. You grow up being told this is the proper way to behave, but I'm just looking at it now and I'm not so sure how that really matters. Well, I mean, if I don't have a problem with it, then what is the harm in just trying a little? He glanced back to Verndari, the knight staring down at him for a few moments. Verndari's head turned away, folding his arms behind his back and taking in a deep breath. The proper way to behave, you say? He muttered, a subtle shift in his voice. I confess that there is perhaps some element to your words that resonate with me. It was not expected for me to become a knight at all. Rather, quite the opposite, it was not believed that I would be suited for battle. Ritska couldn't help the scoff that escaped him. You. Verndari gave a light chuckle at his disbelief. Yes, saying it sounds ridiculous. I believe I have long since proved my detractors wrong, but that is not the point. There was a path that was expected of me to take, and yet in my heart, I knew it was not the right one. I yearned for the chance to be a knight. His head came back around, lowering itself. With every ounce of my soul. So what made you become a knight? I confessed my wishes to my parents. He simply replied, shrugging his shoulders. I expected them to. I'm not truly what I expected. I did not wish to believe they would crush my dreams, but I was. Perhaps I was not ready, but I was resigned to that. Ritska rolled his lips, recalling the last time they had spoken about their parents. They helped you though. Verndari's posture loosened, his arms swung forwards and to his side, his head bobbed up and down silently. A breath escaped the knight, one that cracked a little. Yes, they did. They listened to my plea and then they just said they expected no different from me and did all they could to support my dream. It was long, grueling, but I never once regretted doing it. Every injury, every bruise, every strike, they were tangible marks of my dream becoming a reality. Of becoming who I knew myself to be. His hand moved up, pressing against his breastplate for a moment, then curled his fingers inwards. If I had listened to what the proper way of doing things was, then I am sure I would have lived a mildly comfortable life, perhaps I might have found some happiness. But it would not have been me. My heart would always yearn for the struggle of knighthood. When they phrased it like that, it sounded like they knew what the problem was in the first place. If you had been rejected. My liege. Verndari took in a short breath. Supposing I had been rejected, I do not know what I would have done, but I feel as though I would have strived for it all the same. My parents' support meant the world to me, but it was not their approval that I sought, it was my own. I wished to live a life that I could be proud of. That I could accept. They paused for a moment, then teetered his head from side to side. This is not to say that there isn't a proper way of doing things, but I will say that sometimes there is a need for exceptions. Or rather, some fall through the cracks who do not accept the common way of doing things. With a long sigh, the knight turned back to him. That is my opinion, my liege. I have no doubt that you are a character of good standing. Despite certain elements that surround you, there is no doubt you are a fair individual. If you wish to contract other servants I do not approve of, that is your own choice, but it will not change my opinion of you. Regardless of what is considered proper. Thanks. A bow of the head. You are most welcome, my liege. It was a bit liberating to hear that, but there was someone else he could probably speak with as well. Someone who might understand a little more. Ritska took in a deep breath, moving his hand up and knocking on the door. He barely even finished before it swung open. The beaming face of Marie leaned forwards and met his own eyes, brightening further, if that was even possible, and then snaking a hand around his bicep, dragging him into the room before he could even get another word out. "Ah, Master. I'm so glad you came to visit." He stumbled for a moment, then paused and stared at the other figures in the room. Diane was the expected one. He had come here to find them after all. The director being sat at a rounded table in the corner of the room. Less so. The pale-haired woman paused as she caught sight of him, in the middle of reaching towards another small biscuit. Her frazzled expression remained on her face for only a half-second, then she jerked backwards and assumed a face of complete serenity, as though there was nothing amiss in the least. Fujimaru. Director. Marie all but skipped back towards the table, ushering him along with her. Come on, come on. I've been meaning to invite you round for some tea as well, you and Mash. But I let myself get so caught up in training that it completely slipped my mind. A bit clumsy if you ask me. Oh, you don't need to go out of your way. His efforts to try and dissuade her of feeling guilt over this were quickly brushed aside. Within the next moment he was placed into one of the empty chairs and now found himself sitting opposite the director, still regarding him with a blank gaze. Nonsense, Master. Marie placed herself in the seat to his right, pulling themselves forwards and smiling indulgently at him. There is plenty of lost time to make up for. Quite frankly, I've got an awful lot more respect for all those fighting servants, the amount of work that goes into all their drills. It is really quite draining, actually. He glanced to his left, meeting the gaze of Diane as they drank from their own cup of tea, letting the conversation proceed without their own input. He had come here specifically to speak with them, after all. In fact, you look as though you might have just come back from a workout. Ritsuka started a little, turning towards the queen and then wincing, glancing down at himself and fighting back the grimace. Why yeah, I was just doing a couple laps with Verndari. I don't smell or something, do I? He hoped he didn't. Not at all. Marie assured him with a wave of the hand. And I wouldn't worry about anything like that. I've grown rather accustomed to the smell of sweat. She folded her arm, striking a pose and placing her hand atop her bicep. I've been told by Leonidas that it is just the proof you've been trying your hardest. That did sound like something they would say. Someone cleared their throat. His eyes skipped towards the director as she took hold of her own tea. If you stumble into that command room stinking of sweat and dry heaving, I will not be impressed. You can show off your proof of work elsewhere. He offered a light chuckle at her, shaking his head. I wasn't about to do something like that, really. I only came over here quickly because I wanted to ask Diane something. You have need of me, Master. Within the span of a single breath, they lowered their cup and faced him with an unblinking gaze of focus. Despite the sudden nature of it, he couldn't help but note how graceful it was. A very practiced motion, it seemed. Just wanted to speak in private, is all. He glanced to the others on the table, then quickly brought up his hand and waved to them, in case they ended up getting the wrong idea. More of a personal matter, not really worth thinking about. Nothing serious either, Director. Olga raised a brow at him but otherwise said nothing, reaching across and taking one of the biscuits. You may discuss whatever you need to with your servants. So long as there is no harm, my permission is unneeded. Very well, we may speak outside if you wish. Diane rose up from their seat without further argument, bowing their head to Marie for a short moment. If you will excuse me, Your Majesty. I will be back in short order. Ritsuka similarly picked himself up from his chair and made for the door, the two of them soon departing from the room and into the hallway. He continued on for a few steps until he was a comfortable enough length from the door, not too far but not too close. He glanced about, then turned to the saber. There isn't anyone hovering around us in spirit form, is there? Diane, to their credit, did not so much as blink at the sudden question before they replied. I can sense nothing at the moment, Master. Though the presence concealment of an assassin would naturally prevent me from sensing them, their expression turned slightly more grim. Is there cause for alarm? Swiftly shaking his head from side to side, he stepped towards them and rolled his jaw. Nothing like that. You've worn all sorts of clothes before in your life, right? They blinked, rather slowly. I have worn whatever was required of the mission at hand, yes. Their confirmation was coupled with a sense of intrigue. Is there something that you wish to ask regarding my duties, or is it one of my personal skills that is troubling to you? You may address me in whatever pronoun you feel comfortable with. I have no preference. That's not. He hesitated for a moment, then continued on. That wasn't what I meant. I mean, you've worn men's clothes and women's clothes, right? Yes. Did it ever feel odd? Odd. Deanne furrowed their brows, their lips drew thin. I suppose wearing a dress made it somewhat difficult to fight in. But for the sake of espionage, it was not odd. Did it make other people look at you differently? He asked in a rather quiet tone of voice. He saw the flicker of understanding shoot through the eyes of the saber, their expression shifted, turning slightly softer as their posture loosened. Did people, was it viewed as a little weird or? Master. Deanne gently interrupted him. There was a betting pool of what my true gender was at the stock exchange in London. Suffice to say that I am aware of how my appearance caused others to react. The simple fact is that I am who I am. Whatever their opinions of me, I was not prepared to change my nature purely so they would be satisfied with their own views. I neglected to join the betting pool. I was not going to put myself on display for such a thing. Ritska rolled his lips inwards, bobbing his head up and down. So it wouldn't be strange if I was a little curious, is what you mean? Deanne inclined their head. I believe it would only be as strange as you allow yourself to believe. There is no shame in a passing curiosity in how you might look, nor should you feel pressured by the opinions of others to ignore a certain feeling. If it is something you wish to examine, if only to know for yourself, then you would have my full support. The saber offered a light smile. You should feel free to pursue whatever you wish to pursue, Master. Not everyone is the same, naturally, and as such our interests are all different. Do you perhaps feel ashamed of the thoughts? Ritska winced, bringing up a hand and scratching the side of his neck. I wouldn't really call it being ashamed, but just that it doesn't seem all that. What if it feels weird to do? Then you will know and understand more about yourself, either way. They simply replied, folding their arms behind their back. A thoughtful look crossed over their features, then they nodded their head up and down. I believe there might be someone else who could provide some clarity on the matter for you, if you fear the outcome or view it as a shame for you. They turned around, then made for the door, pausing briefly. If that is not a breach of privacy. I mean, if you can think of someone, then sure. Thank you. I shall tell Her Majesty that we shall be back later. When Deanne had told him that they had someone in mind to help him figure all of this out, this really hadn't been at all what he had expected. Rather, they might have been one of the very last people he would expect them to call upon. Situated at the far end of the simulator, he watched the servant run through a series of movements that looked to be something akin to martial art forms. Yet with their eyes closed, it might have also looked something like a meditation technique. Though he admittedly didn't know all that much about it in the first place. He leaned closer to the saber, whispering to them as they approached the servant. Do you two know one another? Not at all. They answered back with a shake of the head. We have not spoken or even encountered one another before now, but I am aware of their legend and believe that they might offer some manner of insight for you on this matter. Rather, they might be uniquely suited for such a thing. Really. He should probably try and find out more about their legend if that was the case, because he was drawing up a lot of blanks. Without breaking the fluidity of their movements, the servant called out to them as they approached. Good morning, Master. Good morning, Arjuna. The servant slowly shifted his posture, straightening themselves out. Instead of his usual decorated white attire, they wore a violet-colored vest. Around his collar was a bronze-colored metallic plate from one shoulder to the other, embroidered with intricate patterns into the surface. Arjuna shifted his focus from him and onto Deanne. They remained silent for a few moments before offering them a polite bow. And good morning to you as well. I do not believe we have been acquainted with one another yet. Indeed, it is my own regret that I have not crossed your path before today. The saber replied with their own respectful bow. I am Chevalier Diane, Knight of Marie Antoinette. The archer paused for half a second, then hummed out in acknowledgement of the servant. His gaze shifted from them and back towards him. Is there a reason you wished to approach me, master? Diane spoke up before he could have the chance. The knight stepped forwards. It was upon my request that we came here. You might consider it a personal curiosity of mine, in regards to a certain legend of yours. Is that so? Arjuna sounded faintly intrigued. Which would that be? Your tenure as a dance instructor in Matsya. Diane replied. Ritsuko was suddenly rather surprised by the information. He had no idea that Arjuna knew how to dance, quickly turning his eyes onto the servant and seeing a flash of surprise shoot across his gaze, before it quickly shifted into something else. They looked the saber up and down for a brief moment, then hummed. Yes, I am aware of that. I assume this relates to my time as Brihanala. Yes, Diane replied, then paused. Unless, would I be correct in assuming that you are not ashamed of that time? The exile was a rather bitter time, I shall admit. The archer replied after only a short time, then adopted a thoughtful look. His lips drew thin and his eyes remained on the saber. But I do not consider my time to be shameful, no. I considered that year of my life to be somewhat comfortable. Or perhaps it should be said that I adapted to my change in circumstances well. Though I shall ask what brought this on. Diane raised their hand in a placating fashion. A harmless curiosity, I was merely curious in regards to one who might have been similar enough to myself. I am not one to accuse, naturally, as my own history could attest to my stance on the matter. I see. His eyes flickered towards him. I am no less a capable fighter because of my time as a dance instructor or serving as a woman. Huh. As a what? He turned to Diane and stared at them for a moment. The saber made a small noise and then glanced at him, then to the archer. May I? Arjuna merely hummed in affirmation, saying nothing else. Master. Diane turned to him. It is a small part that in the final year of Lord Arjuna's exile, he served the court of King Virata as an instructor in dance and music for the king's daughter and her friends. Brought about due to a curse from Urvashi that stripped him of his masculinity. Later rescinded by Lord Indra, it was supposed to last the rest of my life, but instead was limited to a single year. Arjuna commented from the side, remaining utterly stone-faced as they spoke. Ritsuko was rather reeling from the sudden situation. Indeed. Diane nodded to the archer, then back towards him. During this period, Lord Arjuna served as a eunuch by the name of Brihanala, effectively disguised as a woman for an entire year, and they clearly feel no shame in the task. He stared at the saber for a moment longer, then towards the archer. Really? Arjuna merely nodded his head once. I have no reason to be ashamed of the time I spent there. Arjuna was a really famous figure, and if this was a part of their legend to the point it was known to the servants who just heard his true name, they didn't look bothered about it in the least. Then again, they were talking about it in the same breath as being cursed and exiled, so he couldn't really. If you hadn't, been cursed and exiled. If that were the case, I have little doubt that the situation would have played out in much the same way. Arjuna answered quickly, but not unkindly. It was merely that the opportunity was opened up to me through mitigating circumstances. It was simply how life played out that I found myself at the court of King Virata and as the tutor of his daughter. So if you could do it all again. Arjuna raised a brow slightly. Master. Is there a point to this? Are you unsettled by my past? Ritsuko quickly widened his eyes, waving his hands from side to side. No, not at all. I'm a little bit caught off guard by it, but, so you wouldn't personally consider there anything wrong with being a little bit interested in that sort of thing, right? They gave a slow blink. People are free to explore their own interests. Others will always have their opinions of said interests, but I judge only by what causes harm to others. If there is no humiliation or malicious intent, they may pursue what they wish. Whether we come into conflict is another part. The archer folded his arms behind his back. I do not consider myself a lesser man merely because of that single period of my life, no. He stared for a few moments. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to the ground, moving his hands and placing them on his hips. Arjuna spoke of it as though there was no problem in the least. It wasn't as though he was hurting anyone. Not really, it was just for his own interests at the end of the day. There was no problem. So if someone else did that, you wouldn't have a problem. I would not personally mock them, no. Arjuna replied quickly. He felt a slight pressure on the side of his head, glancing to the archer as they watched him with some sense of intrigue, then glanced to Dian for a short moment and then back to him. His expression shifted for a few moments. I would not judge you for your interests, master. They are yours to do with as you wish, and I would not tolerate any insult to you over them. It probably did seem rather obvious what he was alluding to if this was the case. He slowly nodded his head up and down, pulling a light smile at the servant and moving his hand up, rubbing his cheek for a second and blowing out air between his lips. Yeah, thanks, Arjuna. If I might make a personal request, master. The archer gave him pause for a second. The servant gave a faint grimace of discomfort. I would prefer if you approached me over less personal matters. It is not that I am ashamed, merely that I do not have an interest in discussing them. Dian quickly lowered their head. The fault is mine, I am the one who brought master here. I am not insulted. Arjuna replied with a shake of the head. You are free to consult me on my personal history if you wish, merely that it is not something I am well accustomed to discussing. He would remember that in future. Giving a single nod to the archer in parting, he turned around and started to walk across the room, quickly being joined by Dian at his side. The saber glanced to his face before turning their focus straight ahead, speaking up after a moment, the second they passed through the doors into the hallway. You seem to have come to a decision, master. He had. Yeah, I have. Back to where it all really began. His hand rapped against the door until a muffled voice called out from inside. The door opened up and he stepped into the room. Sure enough, she was still working on the dress that she had been making earlier, thought she had clearly made leaps and bounds in the few hours that he hadn't been present. It looked close to being completed and, for whatever reason, he was looking at it and getting sailor vibes from it. Rather odd. Back so soon, master? Medea inquired with a faint hum as she worked, never once taking her eyes off the sewing. Not that I mind. Ritska bit his lip, glancing to the rack of dresses and then back towards the caster. If I were to ask you if I could wear one of the dresses, how weird would that be? Medea stopped moving. The caster slowly shifted in her seat, turning herself around to face him and then squinting her eyes. Searching his face for something by the looks of it, eventually setting the clothes down on the desk and standing up. With a rather critical eye, she advanced on him with a rather intense gaze about her. Before he even had a chance to blink, she was standing in front of him. Her hand grasped his chin, turning his head over to the side, looking over him back and forth, poking and prodding at his cheeks. Then turning his head up to stare at the ceiling, she leaned forward slightly, staring at his neck for a moment, then shifted him once more. Grabbing his arms, she held them up and rolled back the sleeve, giving gentle feels up his forearm while she did so. Relatively athletic and not overly muscular. Certainly a soft-looking face which could well pass with the addition of makeup. Her mutters barely caught his ears. Instead she let go of his arm, then reached out and placed a hand on top of his head, pulling him forwards and running her fingers through it. He felt more like he was some sort of doll in the hands of a child at the moment. Though he appreciated that they weren't nearly as rough as he figured a child would have been. Smooth hair as well, a small spell to grow it out to suit the rest of it. They let him go, then stepped away. Yes, I suppose you are certainly cute enough for something like that to work with you. Inspired by one of my earlier designs. Had I known you were so interested, I might have gotten you to model for me earlier. He was a little taken aback with how quickly they had just acclimatized to it. Well, I mean, he trailed off as the caster was already strolling across the room, immediately towards the dresses. Whipping the blue one right off the rack and turning back towards him, holding it up right in front of his body and narrowing her eyes slightly. Yes, quite good taste. It matches your eyes, master. Well, that sounded nice. Perhaps adjustments for the rest of you to match it, though that would hardly take a few moments. She lowered the dress and strode away, waving a hand to him as she did so, almost in a dismissive manner. Wait there until I am done. This isn't a hassle, is it? Hardly. Medea replied without even waiting for a single moment. Rather, you have the form for it. So I see no reason to decline your request. It works out well for me as well, given your face is on the cusp of being to my taste when it comes to models. Ritska blinked twice, then nodded his head up and down. He felt oddly calm about all of this now. Maybe it was because of the words of everyone else that gave him the incentive to just have a go at this, but he figured that it was better to have a go and try it than to not do it at all. He also figured that if he had gone to Da Vinci, she would have probably gone over the top with the whole thing. Also he figured Medea would be less disappointed if it didn't work out. Finished. That fast. Medea regarded him with a flat look. Do you mean to underestimate my skill? No, just I was expecting a couple of minutes, that was like 15 seconds. HMPH. The caster grunted as she advanced on him once again. I'm not sure whether to be impressed that I so thoroughly demolished your expectations, or feel insulted that they were so low in the first place. Though it hardly matters. She dumped the dress into his grasp and stepped away. Put that on. I've never really. Medea let out a sigh. Of course you haven't. Snapping her fingers, she waved at him. First thing is first, remove those. I'm certain I have the proper footwear and tights for the dress as well. There really was a lot that went into women's clothing, wasn't there? Oh okay. Medea was still staring at him. Could you turn around, please? A roll of the eyes, but she did eventually acquiesce to his request. He stared at the mirror. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to feel as his reflection stared back at him, the stupefied gaze that most certainly belonged to him, but at the same time, it felt so different from everything he ever thought he could describe about his own physical appearance. Stepping forwards, he reached towards the mirror and laid a gloved hand upon it. The silken coverings extended all the way up to his elbow, rather delicate things which were surprisingly comfortable. A rather bright white which went well with the blue, or perhaps it was the clash between them that was so striking. They reminded him of the gloves Arjuna wore. Perhaps that was part of it. Or he could have been overthinking. The hum of Medea behind him. He jolted and stepped away from the mirror, turning side on and glancing over the reflection. Slowly, he moved his hand up, brushing the stray hairs out of his eyes and pausing for a moment. I've never had my hair this long before. I could tell. The caster remarked for a moment. He glanced at her face in the mirror. She was watching with her hand cupping her chin. Slowly but surely, she nodded her head up and down, a faint twitch of her lip for a half-second before it evened out. Though you are certainly no saber, you most assuredly have promise. Yes, rather well done. You appear to be rather cute like this, master. He looked cute. Yeah, he really did, didn't he? What an odd thing to say about himself, but that was all he could really think. PFF'd. A faint laugh escaped him, quickly holding his hand up to cover his mouth and turning away from the mirror. He wasn't even sure why he was laughing, but it felt as though his face was going to catch fire at any moment. It wasn't like the comment from Medea had him flustered, but he just couldn't help but laugh as he saw himself. It wasn't that he looked silly. He thought he looked rather good in these clothes. Wow. He wet his lips, then turned back and glanced at his reflection once again. It lasted for a brief second, then he whipped his head back around, staring at the caster as she looked on expectantly. Yeah, these are surprisingly comfortable. Did you think I would make clothes to cause discomfort? He quickly shook his head. No, not that, just that I'm not really the intended. person for this sort of thing. With a shake of the head, the caster sighed. Naturally I altered them, but it was rather simple adjustments to the size to accommodate you. Little more than a shift in height. All she did was change the length of the dress. He remained silent for a moment, then turned back around and stared at his reflection, lowering his hands and clasping them over one another. He felt a strong urge to do something rather odd. Closing his eyes, he moved his hands to the skirt of the dress and pulled them aside a little, lowering himself into what was certainly a rather clumsy curtsy, but it felt natural to do something like that while dressed as he was. Rising back up and then staring at himself once more. Medea watched his action in silence, only when it was over did she comment. A rather unpolished action, he snorted. Yeah, I'm not all that ladylike outside of this dress, you know. It wasn't that he really changed how he looked at himself. They were just clothes. But damn if he didn't look good in them. I'm certain I could have some more ideas in the future. He only barely registered the words of the caster, giving her a faint hum of acknowledgement. Despite all the encouragement, he had expected himself to feel embarrassed or a little ashamed when he saw himself in the mirror. Heck, he wouldn't have been surprised if he felt the urge to get out the clothes and dart from the room. Though looking at himself now, had he always been able to do this? It felt like a waste to find this out now. Well, at least he found out. Nothing had really changed, he didn't feel any different. But, maybe things were a little clearer. He liked the dress because it looked pretty and now he wore it so he looked pretty. His hands moved up, circling through his long hair, done into a long ponytail, flourishing it slightly and gazing at it. Oddly enough, he suited long hair. Ritska felt he was learning so much today. Yeah, I might be back every now and again. Medea hummed. Good. Though I might have been inclined to bring you here regardless, good models are rather difficult to come by. The paladin might have worked, but they are much too energetic. Yes. He figured Astolfo would be a bit like that. I'll let you get back to your work, he muttered quietly. Despite saying that, he kept staring at his reflection. It wasn't like a couple of minutes would hurt. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.